Chapter 1026. The grumpy President Nini Yang was no saint, and she acknowledged she owed Wu Yenyun nothing. She had said all that needed to be said, and since Wu Yenyun did not understand her and had even cast her as a villain beyond redemption, there was no need for her to humbly beg for Wu Yenyun's forgiveness. And Yang was never one to swallow her pride. She certainly had no masochistic tendencies. Are these words you spoke today truly from the heart? And Yang slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes tranquil and undisturbed. Wu Yenyun was stunned for a moment. She had never seen Yang like this. She had thought Yang would continue to plead with her, but instead, Yang was so calm, so eerily composed that it put a chill in Wu Yenyun's heart. They were only a year apart in age, but in that moment, Wu Yenyun felt as though she were standing before an elder. Why should Yang stand before her with such an air of superiority? It was Yang who owed her. Hadn't Yang come to seek her out? Who begs with such an attitude? Ridiculous. Yes. Wu Yenyun said, "Every word I've spoken today is a reflection of my true feelings. Yang, I am not your sister and certainly don't have such a noble and graceful sister. Please, along with your mother and your so-called distinguished family members, stop coming to find me from now on. Are you sure you won't regret this? Yenyun, I owe you nothing, and even if Mom owed you something, it is settled now. Regardless, I hope you can calm down and seriously consider what I've said." Yang's face was devoid of expression, her voice cool and indifferent, yet Wu Yenyun trembled without feeling the cold, not even having the courage to glance at Yang. Wu Yenyun swallowed hard. "Yes. I have no regrets. Yang, you haven't suffered my pains. You will never have the right to stand before me and pass judgment. The reason you can stand so high and mighty and criticize me from a moral high ground is because the person being discarded was me, not you. If you were in my shoes, you might not be as magnanimous as I am. If the person who had been discarded was Yang, then it would be her shining brightly today. What right had Yang to treat her this way? She would never regret it. She would never regret making a clean break with the family." "All right, I understand." Yang nodded slightly, turned, and walked towards her car. Not an ounce of hesitation, nor a trace of sorrow on her face. Watching Yang's retreating figure, Wu Yenyun suddenly felt an overwhelming sadness well up. Abandoned her. Her own sister had given up on her. Just like she was thrown away 17 years ago. A mocking smile played on Wu Yenyun's lips. Zuihua had not shown her face since her last visit. Today, it was only Yang who had come. They all claimed to be children of the family, but not one of them sincerely wanted to acknowledge her as part of the family. False affection. Such family members were better off rejected. Yang drove away. She had not expected this outcome. Wu Yenyun was, after all, her biological sister. To say that Yang felt nothing would be a lie. But it wasn't to the point of being devastated. What to do when feeling down? According to President the answer was street racing. At this time, the roads in Beijing weren't as congested as in previous lifetimes, perfect for racing. Yang gripped the steering wheel with both hands and floored the accelerator. Swift as the wind, the black sedan sped along, and when the adrenaline reached its peak, all worries and vexations were washed away. What a thrilling sensation. After driving for a while and feeling a bit hot, Yang rolled down the left side window. The cold wind poured in, tossing her hair into disarray, creating a wildly beautiful chaos. Seeing the car ahead perform a spectacular drift, Wu Daming quickly pulled off to the side. "My God! Who is that? They're driving like they're heading for the sky." Li Ronghua in the passenger seat also gazed ahead in amazement. "It looks like the driver is a girl." "The girl? Could a girl really be that good? It can't be a girl, right?" Wu Daming watched the sedan disappearing into the horizon and finally managed to say, "It is a girl. I saw her hair flying out of the car." Li Ronghua looked disdainfully at Wu Daming. "Wu Daming, you're really not up to snuff, to be outdone by a girl." Wu Daming. In his life, he had only been defeated by one girl, and that was Yang. He hadn't expected to lose to another today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1027. Grumpy Mr. Ni_2. He didn't know which girl was so revered. He wondered who was more formidable when compared to Ni Yang. After circling Sijio City, Ni Yang finally drove home. Everyone at home had gathered, apparently waiting for Ni Yang's results. Yang. Ni Qihua's eyes, originally dim, lit up instantly upon seeing Ni Yang. Mom. The house was heated by a stove, and Ni Yang casually took off his coat and placed it on the sofa. What did Yenyun say? Ni Tsuehua continued to ask. Ni Yang shook his head. Mom, you shouldn't go looking for her anymore. If Wu Yenyun hadn't disappointed Ni Yang, he wouldn't have said such a thing. This child, why was he so stubborn? Ni Qihua's eyes reddened instantly. Grandma Zheng sighed. I knew it would end like this. Tingting, don't be too upset. Even without Yenyun, you still have Yang and little Yunyun, Grandpa Zheng said. Your mother is right. Since that child doesn't have a mother-daughter fate with you, some things can't be forced. If it weren't for a DNA test, Grandpa Zheng might even think there had been a mistake. Wu Yanyun's nature really didn't seem like it came from the Zheng family. Mom, don't be upset. Ni Yang took Ni Qihua's hand. Tell me honestly, when you and my grandparents went to see her before, did she also show them disdain? If Wu Yenyun showed disdain towards Ni Tsuehua, Ni Yang could understand her. If Wu Yenyun despised even the innocent elderly, then Ni Yang could only say that Wu Yenyun was utterly heartless. Extremely heartless. Hearing this, Ni Tsuehua fell silent. It wasn't just disdain, but, reflecting on this, Ni Tsuehua felt a bit guilty, remembering how her elderly parents had been hit by a younger person that day. Seeing Ni Tsuehua like this, Ni Yang knew what had happened. Mom, just forget this daughter from now on, and don't go looking for her anymore. If you don't listen, you will only embarrass yourself. Ni Tsuehua looked up at Ni Yang. Do you think Yenyun will understand when she's older? Wu Yenyun was still young this year. Maybe she would change in a few years? Before Ni Yang could speak, Shengguan Dehui said, Daya, have you forgotten how old Yang was when he brought you out of Dam Village? That year, Ni Yang was exactly 17 years old. Ni Yang was 17 years old, just like Wu Yenyun. The two 17-year-olds were worlds apart. Ni Tsuehua fell silent. Grandpa Zheng said, Tingting, let it be. We've tried our best and we can be at peace with that. Grandpa Zheng himself also wished to bring back his stranded granddaughter. But this child really couldn't be helped. Children are predestined. Some things simply can't be forced. Ni Tsuehua nodded. So be it. In the first half of her life, she suffered so much due to poor judgment. In the second half, she didn't want to cause any conflicts with her close family over a daughter who had become estranged from her. Did she really have to abandon little Ni Yun? Break the mother-daughter relationship with Ni Yang? Impossible. Never possible. Grandma Zheng and Shengguan she went over to comfort Ni Tsuehua. Shengguan she had met Wu Yenyun. Her first impression of Wu Yenyun was that she was well-mannered and sensible. She didn't expect Wu Yenyun would do something so heart-wrenching. Quite unexpected. Fortunately, Ni Tsuehua wasn't the type to dwell on things, and after some persuasion from several people, her mood gradually stabilized. Wu Daming was driving Li Ronghua back home. As soon as the car reached the entrance of the village, he was stunned. When was this highway in your village built? You should know that more than half a year ago, Jinghua village still had dirt roads. During rainy days, it would be muddy and cars couldn't enter, but now there was such a spacious concrete road. Li Ronghua said with a smile, Yang paid for the construction. Sixth sister? Yes. Li Ronghua nodded. Sixth sister is really amazing. Wu Daming said enviously, why can't our village have a capable person like sixth sister? Previously, Jinghua village had nothing, being the poorest among the villages in all directions. Since Ni Yang arrived, Jinghua village could be said to change every day. Now, if Jinghua village claimed to be number 1, which surrounding village would dare to claim to be number 2? If it wasn't seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe that Jinghua village could change so much in such a short time. Ni Yang was so amazing, and Li Ronghua was also proud. That's right. Yang Yang is really our village's lucky star. Go around the village and ask, from 70 to 80-year-olds to 2 to 3-year-olds, who doesn't like Yang Yang? Even people from the neighboring villages were especially envious of Jinghua village. At that moment, as they drove past the Ni family's small courtyard, Li Ronghua suddenly sat up straight and looked out of the window. Slow down, slow down. What's wrong? Wu Daming was somewhat puzzled. Li Ronghua pointed to a small black car parked outside. Doesn't that car look familiar? Wu Daming squinted his eyes. It does seem a bit. After a moment of thought, Wu Daming continued, isn't that car the one we just saw on the street? Damn. The person driving the car just now couldn't be Ni Yang, could it? Wu Daming swallowed his throat. Li Ronghua and Wu Daming thought of the same thing. The person who was driving just now was Yang Yang, wasn't it? If that's really the case, Sixth Sister is too amazing. Wu Daming exclaimed. Li Ronghua looked at Wu Daming. Anyway, she's much more capable than you. Look at you, Wu Daming. You're not even as good as a girl. Aren't you embarrassed? Wu Daming said meaningfully, then I'm still better than some who can't even drive. After speaking, Wu Daming added, not only can't drive, but they're also fierce like a man. If any man marries her, he's really out of luck. Who are you talking about? Li Ronghua glared at Wu Daming menacingly. Wu Daming grinned and countered, I'm just talking about some girls, not you. Why are you so excited? Do you act like a man? Li Ronghua, unable to vent his frustration, glared fiercely at Wu Daming. Stop the car. Wu Daming didn't hear her properly. Li Ronghua raised his voice and yelled, I told you to stop the car. Deafening. Wu Daming shuddered and immediately hit the brakes. What's wrong? I want to get out. Li Ronghua grabbed her backpack, got out of the car, and slammed the door shut. Wu Daming scratched his head innocently. This person is really sick. Li Ronghua, who hadn't walked far, turned to look at him, her face gentle. What did you say? Wu Daming looked up at the sky and said earnestly, I said the weather today is really nice. Li Ronghua gave him a look and then walked ahead. Wu Daming stretched his neck. Comrade Li Ronghua, are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Li Ronghua, without turning back, waved her hand. No need. Wu Daming had no choice but to turn the car around, preparing to go back. Beep, beep, beep. Just then the right side window was knocked on. Wu Daming rolled down the window, revealing a face as beautiful as a painting. Sixth Sister. Ni Yang smiled and said, Wu Daming, what brought you here? Wu Daming replied, it's all because I had to drive that tomboy back. Tomboy? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Who? Wu Daming looked back and whispered very softly, that tomboy Li Ronghua. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1028. This is the gap. So, Wu Daming was talking about Li Ronghua. Ni Yang laughed and said, Sister Ronghua is pretty good, isn't she? Where does she look like a tomboy? Wu Daming looked at Ni Yang as if he saw a monster. Even like this, she doesn't look like a tomboy? Ni Yang said, look how good Sister Ronghua is. She's tall, has good looks, a job, and even a high salary. Her personality isn't bad either. She's loving towards her brother and respectful to her parents. For a girl to be like her is already quite remarkable. Compared to other women her age, Li Ronghua really stood out. She had everything that one could ask for, and didn't lose to anyone else. Wu Daming scratched his head. Sixth sister-in-law, you're so close to her, of course, you would speak on her behalf. How come he never noticed all of Li Ronghua's good qualities? To him, Li Ronghua always looked like a tomboy, the kind that can't get married. Ni Yang, smiling, said, I'm just speaking the truth. Oh, by the way, do you want to come over to my place? Wu Daming waved his hands. No, I've got other things to do. All right, sixth sister-in-law. The sixth brother will be back in a couple of days. Ni Yang nodded. I know. How do you know? Wu Daming looked surprised. Ni Yang said, he's in Sea City, not abroad, we talk on the phone every day. Oh. As they were speaking, Wu Daming seemed to remember something, then said, "Sixth sister-in-law, is that your car?" "Yeah." Wu Daming continued, "Sixth sister-in-law, you must be really skilled at driving, right?" By the end, his eyes were gleaming. And Yang modestly said, "Of course, how else would I be your sixth sister-in-law?" Wu Daming, full of admiration, said, "Sixth sister-in-law, you're so amazing, I knew it must have been you I saw on the street that time." Now he finally understood why Mo Chishan fell for Yang. "You saw me on the street?" Yang was somewhat surprised. Wu Daming nodded, "Yeah, I saw your car nearly flying." Thinking about that scene still made his heart race and his blood boil. "Keep it low-key." Yang, smiling, patted Wu Daming's shoulder. At that moment, Shangguan Su stood on the second-floor balcony and called out to Yang, "Yang, you've got a phone call." "Oh, coming." Yang turned to Wu Daming and said, "I'll go back inside then. If you have time, come over to my place with Brother. "Sure." Wu Daming nodded. Yang went inside to answer the phone. It was Li Tong who had called. She simply wanted to meet up with Yang to buy a few more boxes of the limited edition Ice Jade Skin. Yang readily agreed to meet Li Tong. They agreed to meet the next morning. Shangguan Shi came over from the other side, curiously asking, "Yang, who was that?" Yang replied, "A new friend I just met, she's looking to buy some Ice Jade Skin from me." "Oh." Shangguan Shi nodded. The next morning, just as Yang was about to leave, two unexpected guests arrived at her home. It was Lu Qi and Lu Ru. "Yang, are your uncle and aunt at home?" Although Yang had some small issues with Lu Ru, Lu Qi's character was really beyond reproach, so she nodded, "My mom is at home, I'll take you inside." As visitors came, after entering the house, Yang went to pour water for the siblings. "Thank you," said Lu Ru, accepting the glass and taking the initiative to thank her. Yang looked at Lu Ru with some surprise. "You're welcome. Time really is a wonderful thing. It could even polish a haughty young miss into this." You could tell that Lu Ru had indeed changed a lot. In fact, after all these experiences, Lu Ru had definitely grown up. Looking back, it all felt like a dream. If time could start over, she would definitely not covet those things that didn't belong to her. She would be down to earth. Aizihua came downstairs and was surprised to see the siblings. Lu Qi and Lu Ru stood up from the sofa to greet her actively. "Auntie." Aizihua said with a smile, "Have a seat, what brings you two here?" She had thought that these siblings would have left for Taiwan Island long ago. Lu Qi said, "Auntie, my sister and I are preparing to go back to Taiwan Island, so we specially came over to tell you." This would probably be his last time seeing the Ni family and Yang. Since it was his mother who had wronged Aizihua, he felt it was only right to speak to Aizihua before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1029. This is the gap _2. Sorry not to live up to my own conscience. Aizihua was stunned. "What about your parents?" Lu Qi said, "They have also been transferred to the prison on Taiwan Island." Aizihua nodded. "Are you flying out?" "Yes, on the flight tonight," Lu Qi answered. "Then I wish you a smooth journey." "Auntie, thank you." Lu Qi and Lu Ru both stood up and bowed to Aizihua. After speaking with Aizihua about this matter, the siblings said their goodbyes. Aizihua and Yen saw them out to the door. As they stepped out of the Ni family's courtyard, Zhao Shuyue arrived. Zhao Shuyue was carrying a bag of things. "Auntie." Zhao Shuyue nodded and stuffed the things in her hand into Lu Qi's hands. "Take this with you to eat on the way." Inside was a pastry Zhao Shuyue had made herself. Lu Qi had especially loved these pastries the first time he visited Zhao Shuyue's home. "Auntie, thank you." Zhao Shuyue sighed. "Xiaoqi, your parents are your parents, you are you. After returning to Taiwan Island, forget the things of Beijing and start a new life with Xiaoru." "Okay." Lu Qi nodded. "Auntie, you also take good care of yourself." "I will, off you go." "Auntie, goodbye." Zhao Shuyue waved to the siblings. The siblings glanced back at Zhao Shuyu's stooping figure, their eyes slightly reddened. Especially Lu Ru, she now regretted her past behavior immensely. It was her fault. She owed Zhao Shuiyue an apology. After Lu Qi and Lu Ru left, Ni Yen drove to the place arranged with Li Tong. Seeing Ni Yen get out of a small sedan, Li Tong exclaimed in surprise, "Ni Yen, you can drive?" Ni Yen nodded. "That's really amazing." Li Tong continued, "How did you learn?" "It took me over a month just to learn to ride a bicycle. How long did you take to learn this?" Ni Yen smiled, "It's easier than a bicycle." "Really?" Li Tong expressed skepticism. Ni Yen nodded, "Really?" Li Tong thought to herself that when she had money, she would also buy a small car to drive. But the day when she would have money seemed not too far off. The effects of were extremely good. The elders in the family were very happy, and Li Tong was also excited. "Right, hey race that you wanted." Ni Yen took out 3 boxes from the passenger seat and handed them to Li Tong. "Thank you, Ni Yen." Seeing Li Tong's eyes lit up. These were limited edition versions of impossible to buy in the market. It was because Ni Yen was kind and willing to do her this favor. "You're welcome," Ni Yen smiled slightly. Li Tong then said, "It's also time for lunch, let me treat you to lunch." "Then I won't be polite." "Don't be polite with me, we are friends after all." Li Tong took Ni Yen to a restaurant, and the two chatted and ate, getting along splendidly. Elsewhere, at Ihua University. Ever since using Zhang Qiuying's skin had just gotten better and better. Now Wang Lixia was becoming restless. Since her skin was somewhat similar to Zhang Qiuying's, both dry, and both prone to flaking in the winter. Seeing Zhang Qiuying's skin becoming increasingly hydrated while her own was drying out, flaking worse, how could she not be distressed? After much inquiring, she finally found a physical store selling and bought facial cleanser and aloe vera gel back. But she hadn't managed to get the best-selling whitening and moisturizing cream. After using the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel for only 2 days, the flakiness of Wang Lixia's skin had improved a lot. Wang Lixia, looking at herself in the mirror, was very happy, but the thought of not managing to buy the whitening moisturizer made her smile fade. If the normal facial cleanser and aloe gel could have such good results, then the limited edition could only be better. One look at Zhang Qiuying was proof enough. Zhang Qiuying's skin now is more than 10 times better than hers. She isn't any less attractive than Zhang Qiuying. If she could use the limited edition products, she would surely be even more beautiful. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside. "Wang Lixia, I was wondering why your skin has been getting better these past few days. It turns out you've been sneakily using the Ice Jade skin cream. I remember just a few days ago, certain people were saying that the Ice Jade skin cream would ruin your face. So, does your face hurt now?" Because she was afraid of being mocked by Zhang Qiuying, Wang Lixia had been secretly using the Ice Jade skin cream. Now that Zhang Qiuying had seen her, there was no need to hide it anymore. "What? Is the Ice Jade skin cream your family's property? Are you the only one allowed to use it?" Wang Lixia retorted. Wang Lixia had regrets as well. If she had known how great the Ice Jade skin cream was, she wouldn't have fallen out with Zhang Qiuying so badly. Zhang Qiuying smiled and said, "Miss Wang, I have to say, your face is exceptionally thick. If I were you, even at the risk of death, I wouldn't use the Ice Jade skin cream." Wang Lixia wanted to respond with sarcasm, but remembering that she still needed something from Zhang Qiuying, her attitude softened. "Mind your own business." After speaking, Wang Lixia picked up a box of cookies and handed it to Zhang Qiuying. "These are from my mom, sent over from our side. You can't buy them in Beijing." Zhang Qiuying looked at Wang Lixia strangely. "Are you sick?" Wang Lixia didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed another box of cookies and stuffed it into Li Huilan's arms. "Here, this is for you." Li Huilan was just as surprised by Wang Lixia's actions. Zhang Qiuying continued, "Wang Lixia, you didn't put poison in the cookies, did you? Take it or leave it." Wang Lixia glanced at Zhang Qiuying. "I'm off to the cafeteria." Watching Wang Lixia's retreating figure, Zhang Qiuying wondered to herself, "Am I dreaming? Could Wang Lixia actually be this nice? Something doesn't feel right." Li Huilan said, "I also feel she's acting a bit off today." Zhang Qiuing's eyes fell on the ice jade skin cream nearby. Smiling, she said, I think I know what's going on. What is it? Li Huilan asked curiously. Zhang Qiuing said, I'll keep it a secret for now. You'll find out in a few days. Today was the day Emo Qishan returned. Ni Yang had arranged on the phone with Emo Qishan last night to go eat Japanese food together today. After their meal, the two strolled through the streets of Beijing, getting ready to buy movie tickets at the cinema. Wu Yenyun has been in a very bad mood these past few days. Because for several days, the Ni family hadn't sought her out again. She had an intuition that the Ni family might have genuinely given up on her as their daughter, even though she had always refused to acknowledge the Ni family. But now that the Ni family didn't come to claim her, she felt empty inside, a strange and uncomfortable sensation. She wondered if Ni Zuihua had ever truly considered her a biological daughter? If Ni Zuihua had, would she not come to claim her now? Aren't they mother and daughter? Perhaps she could never measure up to Ni Yang and little Ni Yun in Ni Kuihua's heart. That was the difference. If they didn't acknowledge her, then so be it. Without the Ni family, she could still live well. She was determined to make everyone take notice. Wu Yenyun heaved a deep sigh. Preoccupied, Wu Yenyun didn't notice a car speeding close by. By the time Wu Yenyun realized, the car was already about to hit her. Her face turned pale in an instant. At that moment, someone grasped her arm, and with a strong pull, she was yanked away. The car narrowly missed her by inches. It was incredibly dangerous. Are you okay? A concerned voice came from above her. Wu Yenyun let out a sigh of relief, feeling an exhilarating sense of having narrowly escaped death. That was close. She was nearly hit by the car. She should thank her savior properly. Wu Yenyun looked up and her smile froze on her lips. Why is it you? Could it be that Ni Yang arranged for the car? Definitely Ni Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030, Sisterhood Broken. All of this was orchestrated by Ni Yang. Did Ni Yang really think she could use such despicable means to make herself feel grateful, to forgive her? Did she think she was so easy to deceive? She wasn't a 3-year-old child. I don't need your help. Wu Yenyun pushed Ni Yang away. Ni Yang, stop with your fake kindness here. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Who are you putting on this show for? You really make me sick. Ni Yang didn't fight back and just watched Wu Yenyun, a layer of desolation welling up inside her. Saving Wu Yenyun was no accident. No matter what, this person was her own sister, and she couldn't remain indifferent and let Wu Yenyun die right there. If she had still held a sliver of hope for this sister before, now she was thoroughly disappointed in her. Emo Qishan slightly furrowed his brow. Ni Yang had already told him about Wu Yenyun's situation over the phone. Although he had long known that Wu Yenyun refused to acknowledge the Ni family, he hadn't expected her to be this excessive. If it hadn't been for Ni Yang just now, who knows what state she would be in if that small sedan had hit her, and now she's treating Ni Yang like this. Ni Yang might tolerate it, seeing Wu Yenyun as her sister, but he couldn't. Who do you think you are? Emo Qishan grabbed Wu Yenyun's wrist. If it weren't for Yang, could you be living like this now? You're ungrateful. Neither Ni Yang nor Ni Zuihua had ever cursed at her like this. Wu Yenyun was stunned, looking incredulously at Emo Qishan. She was the one who had been abandoned, so how could she be the ungrateful one? It was Ni Zuihua and Ni Yang who had wronged her. What right did Emo Qishan have to blame her? Just because he was Ni Yang's boyfriend? Because he was Ni Yang's boyfriend, could Emo Qishan just ignore the facts? Emo Qishan looked at Wu Yenyun with a very cold expression. Even Ni Yang had never seen such a side of Emo Qishan. His lips were tightly pursed, his cold features seemed to be covered with an impenetrable layer of thin ice, and he exuded a violent air that was vastly different from his usual gentle demeanor. Wu Yenyun, ask yourself, if it weren't for Yang, could you live as comfortably as you do now? Your family's house belongs to Yang. Your father's company was funded by Yang's money. Even your life was saved by Yang. Think about it, How many times has Yang Yang saved you? What right do you have to yell at Yang Yang? The kind of person Emochishan hated most in his life was an ungrateful one like Wu Yun. If Wu Yenyun weren't Ni Yang's sister, Emochishan wouldn't have this kind of patience. But he had to give Ni Yang some face. She owes me. Wu Yenyun choked out. Yang Yang owes you? What does she owe you? As your older sister, she owes you nothing. Emochishan continued, if anything, it's you who owes Yang Yang. Think about it yourself, everything you eat, use, and wear, isn't it all because of Yang Yang? Wu Yenyun, if you truly have any pride, then from today on, stop using anything that belongs to Yang Yang. Without Ni Yang's help, what was Wu Yenyun? She wouldn't even be able to attend school. Rest assured, I will never use anything of Ni Yang's again. Wu Yenyun turned to look at Ni Yang. They were all forcing her. All of them. And it wasn't even her fault to begin with. Why were they treating her like this? You'd better remember your words today. Emochishan released Wu Yenyun without any mercy. His voice was even colder than ice. Due to the sudden force, Wu Yenyun fell hard to the ground, feeling a sharp pain shoot through her palm as it made contact with the floor. Just then, a dark shadow enveloped Wu Yenyun. She looked up. It was Ni Yang. What did she want to do? Mock her with a few taunting words? Wu Yenyun bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. Ni Yang looked down at Wu Yenyun from above and took a white pearl bracelet off her hand. Now that it's come to this, the sisterly bond between us is also over. As she finished speaking, the pearl necklace slid from Ni Yang's hand to the ground. Snap! The thread broke upon hitting the floor. White pearls scattered all over. In that moment, Wu Yenyun's tears surged forth, just like these beads that had broken off their string. That pearl bracelet was what she had bought with her first month's salary as a gift for Ni Yang. It wasn't expensive. Just 5 yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1031. Sisterhood Ends. _2. But the significance of this was immense. At that time, she didn't know that Ni Yang was her sister. At that time, they were as close as sisters. Even after the last major fallout, Ni Yang didn't take off the bracelet. But this time, Wu Yenyun couldn't quite describe how she felt. Was she the one who was wrong? But it clearly wasn't her fault. Was being discarded also a mistake? Let's go, said Emochishan as he took Ni Yang's hand, but in an instant he reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor. It's as if the man radiating hostility was nothing but an illusion. Wu Yenyun watched their retreating backs, unable to get up from the ground for a long time. Ni Yang! Wu Yenyun shouted, what are you worth without the Zheng family? If the one thrown away were you, I would be you now. You're mistaken, Ni Yang glanced back slightly. Without the Zheng family, I would still be me. And if the one thrown away were me and not you, then you wouldn't necessarily be you. Everything Ni Yang had was earned through her own abilities. She had never relied on anyone. Even in her previous life, when she became the famous entrepreneur Miss Ni, she never depended on anybody. The word rely wasn't in her dictionary. Considering Wu Yenyun's current situation, she might not have the fortitude that Ni Yang possessed. Compared to me, you're living in paradise. Compared to Ni Yang, Wu Yenyun was incredibly fortunate. At least she had parents who loved her, and in times of turmoil, a sister to protect her. Yet she failed to cherish it. In a past life, when Ni Yang was deep in the mire, she wished dearly for a benefactor to reach down and pull her up. But there were none. It took her a full 10 years to climb to a future of success. Wu Yenyun had no right to speak of fairness now. Having said that, Ni Yang walked away, arm in arm with Emochishan. Wu Yenyun lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yenyun! Just then a familiar voice sounded overhead. Sister Jiao Jiao? Wu Yenyun's voice was hoarse. Du Jiao Jiao quickly helped Wu Yenyun to her feet. What happened? Who bullied you? Nothing. Wu Yenyun hastily wiped away her tears. I just fell down by accident. In her panic, Wu Yenyun glanced behind Du Jiao Jiao. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Grandfather Du wasn't there. If Grandfather Du saw her in such a wretched state, she wouldn't have the face to see him again. Du Jiao continued, "Are you really okay?" "Oh, I was about to go find Yang Yang. Do you want to come with me?" Wu Yanyan's expression darkened momentarily, shaking her head. "I have something else to do, so I won't go." "Oh," nodded Du Jiao, "but are you really okay?" Seeing Wu Yenyun in such an unusual state, Du Jiao was a bit worried. "I'm really fine." Wu Yenyun looked at Du Jiao, adding, "Sister Jiao, Yang is two-faced and isn't worth getting close to. Be careful not to be deceived by her." After saying that, Wu Yenyun turned and walked away. Du Jiao stared at Wu Yanyan's retreating figure, taking a moment to process the situation. What was going on? Hadn't Wu Yenyun and Yang been on good terms before? Why was she suddenly speaking ill of Yang now? Did Yang do something to betray her? But Yang wasn't that kind of person. How strange. Burdened with doubts, Du Jiao continued to walk forward. After Wu Yenyun returned home, she planned to sort out all the things Yang had given her. But as she was sorting, she realized that almost everything in the house was from Yang. Clothes, review materials, backpacks, even the house was Yang's. It seemed that the only option was to pay Yang back. When Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu got back, Wu Yenyun said, "Mom and Dad, can you give me some money? I need to pay Yang back." Yen Erju said, "Xiao, Yang is your sister. How can you call her by her full name? When did you ever borrow money from Yang? She is not my sister. I've made that clear to her today. From now on, our family will keep our distance from her, and I will no longer use anything from Yang. And yes, let's not live in her house anymore either. Let's move out." "Have you lost your mind?" Yen Erju frowned and said, "Everything our family has now was given by Yang. Do you think you can repay that so easily? Do you know how much you are hurting her feelings?" Yen Erju truly hadn't expected Wu Yenyun to change like this. This daughter had become almost unrecognizable to her. Wu Yenyun wasn't like this before. Wu Yenyun retorted, "Why can't it be repaid? Isn't our family construction company making a lot of money now? Can't we just pay Yang back? At worst, repay tenfold." As far as she knew, the construction company was making thousands a month, and in good times, it could make 10,000. The Wu family was certainly not short of money now. Although Yang had bought her many things, if the items couldn't be returned, paying back the money would suffice. It was precisely because of this that Wu Yenyun felt so confident in front of Yang. If it weren't for Yang's financial support, could our construction company have even started? Wu Jinshu couldn't stand it any longer. "Don't forget who helped you get where you are. Xiaoyan, we have to have a conscience as human beings. Paying back the money is easy, but what about the kindness? This favor couldn't fully be repaid. Without Yang's guidance and help, Wu Jinshu's construction company would not have been able to make any money, even if it had been established." Wu Yenyun was an honest person, and he was well aware of his own limitations. Yen Erju continued, "If you truly want to sever ties with Yang, then go be a stepmother to Wu Chang's 2 children right now. Then we can go live in that dilapidated little house. You must have forgotten about the hard times after living so well for too long." Wu Yanyan's mind went boom. She couldn't understand why everyone was speaking up for Yang. Even her adoptive parents were the same. Was it just because Yang had money that everyone was trying to curry favor with her? Or was it because she wasn't their biological child, so they didn't really care about her? Wu Yenyun felt her life was like a joke. She'd always been living in deception. Seeing Wu Yenyun like this, Yen Erju sighed, "Xiaoyan, stop being so stubborn. Yang is a sister that's hard to come by. You should treasure her. Listen to your mother. The bond between sisters only comes once. There is no next life. Does she deserve to be a sister? Why does everyone take her side? Just because she has money, because I am not your biological child?" Wu Yenyun turned to look at Yen Erju. Yen Erju was stunned, her eyes reddening as she looked at Wu Yenyun. She had always treated Wu Yenyun as her own daughter and never expected Wu Yenyun to say such a thing. "What are you saying? Your mother has been so good to you." When did she ever not treat you as her own? Wu Jinshu also got angry because of Wu Yanyun's words. I am your daughter. Why do you always speak for Ni Yang? If you like Ni Yang so much, why did you pick me up in the first place? Go acknowledge Ni Yang as your daughter. Rather than enduring these pains, it would have been better if they'd let her die back then. Why let her live like this? Wu Yenyun, too angry to care, was just saying things she found satisfying and didn't realize how hurtful her words were. Yen Erju looked at Wu Yenyun, and tears flowed down like rain. 17 years ago, when Wu Yenyun was picked up, she had been so tiny. A baby fusses at night in the first month and needs to be fed several times. She didn't have breast milk, so in the dead of winter, she had to get up to feed her several times each night. It was not easy for her to raise the baby. She could never have imagined that one day Wu Yenyun would blame her for having picked her up in the first place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032. What is upbringing? Yen Erju looked at Wu Yenyun and just felt that her daughter was excessively strange. Very strange. Wu Jinshu realized something was off in the atmosphere and frowned as he spoke. Yenyun, what nonsense are you talking about? She is your mother. Without her, there'd be no you. Even if you're angry, you can't talk to your mother like that. Dad, do you think you're not biased? Wu Yenyun said, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Wu Jinshu. You actually like Ni Yang too, right? In your heart, you wish Ni Yang was your daughter. Yes, how can someone as unsuccessful as me be fit to be your daughter? I'm sorry. I've disgraced you. Since you don't like me, you shouldn't have let her pick me up in the first place. Wu Yenyun had truly had enough. These past days, she had been living in Ni Yang's shadow. Everyone had been telling her to forgive Ni Yang, to forgive the Ni family. If she didn't, she would be seen as an ingrate. But had they ever considered that she was the victim? They had no right to accuse her. Wu Jinshu took a deep breath. After all, he was a man, so his endurance was much better than Wu Yanyun's. Yenyun, you're still young. When you grow older and have children of your own, when you become a parent, then you will know how difficult it is to raise a child. Go back to your room. You still have school tomorrow. Get some rest early tonight. Erju, let's go back to our room too. Wu Jinshu took Yen Erju's hand and walked back inside the house. If the standoff continued, the conflict would roll on like a snowball, growing larger and larger. Children are irrational. Parents cannot afford to be irrational as well. Erju, let's go. Wu Jinshu pulled Yen Erju back into the room and closed the door. Yen Erju lay on the bed, sobbing deep and muffled cries. For Wu Yenyun, in her younger days, she had endured so much from her mother-in-law. But now Wu Yenyun was treating her like this. No one could understand the sourness in her heart. Wu Jinshu consoled her. Erju, let it be. She's just a child who hasn't grown up yet. Just give it a few years, she will be fine. Why are you getting angry with your own child? Look at me, I'm not angry at all. Actually, our Yenyun is very sensible. It's just that she's a bit confused at the moment. Everyone has impulsive moments. She didn't do it on purpose. Yen Erju was speechless, her shoulders trembling. Is being non-biological really that significant? How could this child say such things to her? Yen Erju was not angry. She was heartbroken. Wu Jinshu continued. Erju, let it go. Yenyun didn't mean it. Don't be upset. It took quite some time before Yen Erju stopped crying. Only then did Wu Jinshu breathe a sigh of relief. Erju, you sleep first. I'll go check on Yenyun. As a father and the man of the house, at times like this, he could only act as the peacemaker, comforting both sides. A harmonious family leads to prosperity in all things. Yen Erju nodded. Go ahead. Wu Yenyun wasn't doing much better, lying with her face down at the desk, weeping quietly. She felt the world was truly unfair. Even if she had not been the Wu family's biological child before, at least, her adoptive parents had treated her like their own. But now they had changed. They had become strangers to her. Today, if she was their biological child, they definitely wouldn't treat her like this. Yenyun. There came a knock at the door. Wu Yenyun sniffed and ignored Wu Jinshu outside. Wu Jinshu continued, Yenyun, I'm coming in. After a few seconds, Wu Jinshu pushed the door open from the outside. Wu Yenyun acted as if she hadn't heard these noises. Wu Jinshu brought a small stool over and sat next to Wu Yenyun. Yenyun, I've washed an apple for you. Do you want to eat one? Wu Yenyun said nothing. Wu Jinshu went on, Yenyun, I know you have difficulties and grievances, but you're not the only one in pain. Whether it's Yang Yang or Yang Yang's mom, they have their own hardships. Born in a tough time, everyone had no choice. Saying this, Wu Jinshu sighed, if you don't want to forgive them, your mom and I won't force you. But child, we cannot be people without conscience. Think about it carefully. Should you really treat your mom with that attitude tonight? No matter what, she is the person who raised you single-handedly. Without her, you wouldn't be here. Perhaps it was this sentence that struck a nerve in Wu Yenyun, as she suddenly looked up at Wu Jinshu. But I never begged you to raise me. Growing up, Wu Yenyun had never once resented her family situation, because she knew how hard it was for her parents to raise her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033, What is Upbringing? _2. But now, her parents had suddenly changed. If she had known this would happen, Yen Erju might as well not have picked her up and brought her home in the first place. Then she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Maybe someone better off would have taken her in. Then she wouldn't have met Anai Yang and endured all this pain. Yenyun, you are my daughter and I am your father, so I won't get angry if you say these things to me. But it's different with your mom. You've been raised by your mom since you were a baby, through all the filth and mess. How would you feel if, as a mother, you heard that the child you've raised from birth spoke of you this way? If you were in her shoes, would you be sad? Think about it, has your mom ever treated you badly? At this point, Wu Jinshu paused before continuing, your mom didn't say anything bad, she just doesn't want to see you regret it later on. I won't regret it. I will never forgive the Ni family in my life. There was no point in further persuasion at this juncture. Wu Jinshu said, as long as you don't regret it, that's fine. Otherwise, when you grow up and think back on today, you might blame your mom and me for not having advised you. Wu Yenyun sniffled and remained silent. Wu Jinshu went on, go and apologize to your mom. She's had a tough time. Okay, I understand. Wu Yenyun stood up and walked toward the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, Yen Erju's emotions had mostly stabilized, but her eyes were still red. Mom, I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way just now. Yen Erju lifted her head to look at Wu Yenyun, watching her daughter who was gradually growing up, and felt her nose twinge, nearly on the verge of tears again. Having said this, Wu Yenyun turned and walked towards the door. Wu Jinshu came in from the side. Forget it, Erju. Since the child has apologized, let's not be angry. Yen Erju choked up and spoke, I'm not angry. The next day, Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu prepared to visit the Ni family. Having said those things to them the day before, Wu Yenyun must have said even harsher words to Ni Yang and the rest. No matter what, they couldn't let the Ni family feel disheartened. Although Wu Yenyun had made it clear that she did not recognize the Ni family, their attitude remained as cordial as ever. Ni Tsuehua immediately made tea for them. Yang Yang's mom, Yang Yang, we've not raised our child well, and we owe you an apology. Both husband and wife felt extremely guilty. Ni Yang brought out fruit and placed it on the coffee table. Godfather, godmother, I know this isn't your fault. Even though Yenyun refuses to acknowledge us, you two are still my godparents. This matter didn't involve Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. This couple was truly exceptional. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju had never expected Ni Yang to still be willing to call them godparents. They felt a complex mix of emotions. What does it mean to be well-bred? Perhaps this was it. Although Ni Yang and Wu Yenyun were blood sisters, the difference between them was more than just a little. Yang Yang, thank you. Yen Erju held Ni Yang's hand, her nose slightly tingling. Ni Yang smiled faintly. Godmother, we should be the ones thanking you for raising Yenyun to adulthood. The visit to the Ni family left the couple with many emotions. Back at home, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju instructed Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong. No matter whom they forgot in the future, even if they disrespected their own parents, they must never forget Ni Yang. Ni Yang had shown great kindness to their family. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong nodded. Mom and Dad, don't worry, Erlong and I would never be as heartless as our elder sister. Meanwhile, at the Ni family's small courtyard, Shangguan, she was carrying a bag, rushing indoors. She was hurrying and failed to notice a banana peel on the ground. Just as she was about to step on it, Ni Yang came from the opposite side and gently kicked it into a nearby trash can. Shangguan, she gave a thumbs up. Yang, you could go play soccer with skills like that. Ni Yang laughed. I might just give it a try tomorrow. By the way, Sister Xiaoxi, why are you in such a hurry? Shangguan, she said, I'm going back home to change clothes. I have things to do later. How about I give you a ride on my way out? Offered Ni Yang. Sure, Shangguan, she nodded. Then I'll go change right now. Before long, Shangguan, she came downstairs, changed into a pink down jacket, and had even applied lipstick, looking much prettier than usual. A fair lady is a gentleman's good match. Ni Yang teased. Sister Xiaoxi is dressed up so beautifully, are you going on a date? A blush quietly crept onto Shangguan's eyes face. Are you really going on a date? Ni Yang asked. Aha, Shangguan, she nodded. Ni Yang continued, is your date with Suo Ling? Shangguan, she nodded again. Shangguan had thought that Ni Yang would definitely try to persuade her not to be with Suo Ling, but Ni Yang didn't say much. She neatly fastened her seatbelt, started the engine, and drove away. Yang, aren't you going to advise me against being with Suo Ling anymore? Ni Yang smiled and looked back. If I advised you, would you listen? Shangguan, she shook her head. Ni Yang went on. Since you wouldn't listen to me, there's no use in me saying more. Besides, I've always said that a fox will eventually reveal its tail. Ni Yang now had a better way to make Suo Ling show his true colors. There was no use in saying more. Suo Ling is not a fox at all. Shangguan, she claimed. Ni Yang smiled slightly. Sister Xiaoxi, have you only been in love once? Shangguan, she exclaimed in surprise. Yang, how did you know? Suo Ling was her first love, and she was his. Ni Yang said, I can tell. Mainly because you're too naive, Sister Xiaoxi. Anyone with a bit more experience in love wouldn't be like you. Shangguan, she responded speechlessly. Yang, you're several years younger than me. You talk as if you've been in many relationships. The car was fast, and it didn't take long to arrive downtown. You can stop here, Shangguan, she said. Ni Yang pulled over to the curb. Shangguan, she opened the door and waved at Ni Yang. See you, Ng. Ni Yang followed up. When will you return tonight, Sister Xiaoxi? I'll come to pick you up. Shangguan, she waved her hand. No need, I'll take the bus back. After separating from Ni Yang, Shangguan, she arrived at the cafe where she and Suo Ling had agreed to meet. By the time she arrived, Suo Ling was already there. Suo Ling was a very attentive person and very conscious of time. He never arrived late for a date, only early. Shangguan, she really liked this about him. Xiaoxi, you're here, Suo Ling said as he immediately stood up from the sofa. Have you been waiting long? Shangguan, she asked somewhat embarrassedly. Suo Ling shook his head. No, I just got here. As he spoke, he handed the menu to Shangguan. She, choose whatever you like, Xiaoxi. Shangguan, she took the menu. I'll have a caramel macchiato. What about you? I'll have the same as you, Suo Ling said. In fact, Suo Ling didn't really like these kinds of drinks. He was just deliberately accommodating Shangguan she to create more common topics of conversation. Shangguan, she nodded. Waiter, 2 caramel macchiatos, please. Sure, please wait a moment. After finishing their coffee, the two went to watch a movie. While buying tickets, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Shangguan Xiaoxi. Shangguan, she glanced back slightly, only to see Wu Chenjun approaching. Wu number 3, you're also here to see a movie. Sister Xiaoxi, hi. Standing next to Wu Chenjun was a girl about 17 or 18 years old, Wu Chenjin's younger cousin. Anan, you're here too. Zhou Anan nodded. I came with my brother. Xiaoxi, I've got the tickets, Zuoling said, coming over from the other side. Oh, then let's go quickly. Wu Chenjun lifted his chin slightly. Shengguan Xiaoxi, aren't you going to introduce us to this gentleman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1034. I've heard so much about you. Shengguanxi smiled and said, This is my boyfriend Zuoling. This is my childhood friend Wu Chenjun, and this is his cousin Zhou Anan. Wu Chenjun took the initiative to reach out his right hand. Mr. Zhou, I have heard much about you. From a distance last time, Wu Chenjun thought Shengguanxi's boyfriend wasn't much to look at, and now up close, he seemed even less impressive. Shengguanxi's taste in men was questionable, to say the least. She actually liked this kind of pretty boy. Hello. Zuoling reached out to shake Wu Chenjin's hand. In the gaze that passed between Zuoling and Wu Chenjun, Zuoling knew that Wu Chenjun didn't come with good intentions. Perhaps he came because of Shengguanxi. Right, Shengguanxi was so beautiful, who knows how many men outside coveted her. But even if Wu Chenjun liked Shengguanxi, what of it? Wu Chenjun lived in a small villa, drove a compact car, and still lost to him. So what if you have money? With money, you still get stepped on beneath my feet. Zuoling felt a full sense of superiority, reaching out to put his arm around Shengguanxi's shoulder. Xiaoxi, let's go inside, the movie is about to start. Okay. Shengguanxi turned her head to greet Wu Chenjun and Zhou Anan. Well, go in first then. Zhou Anan nodded. Okay, Sister Xiaoxi, you guys go ahead. Wu Chenjin's face remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on Zuoling's hand resting on Shengguanxi's shoulder. He wanted to chop off Zuoling's hand with an axe. Brother. Zhou Anan nudged Wu Chenjun. They're already far away. Damn. Wu Chenjun threw away the drink bottle in his hand, heart filled with an indescribable frustration. Brother, do you like Sister Xiaoxi? Zhou Anan asked tentatively. Wu Chenjun had been abroad for 3 years and only recently came back. During this time, his family had introduced him to many girls, but Wu Chenjun wasn't interested in any of them. Could it be that Wu Chenjun fancied Shengguanxi? Zhou Anan swallowed hard. Brother, you don't really like Sister Xiaoxi, do you? Wu Chenjun didn't speak. Zhou Anan continued. Brother, does Sister Xiaoxi know that you like her? I think her boyfriend isn't even half as handsome as you. Sister Xiaoxi's taste is really poor. If I were her, Wu Chenjun looked at Zhou Anan and cut her off directly. Go watch the movie yourself. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. With that, Wu Chenjun turned and walked away. Zhou Anan couldn't even catch up. After the movie ended, it was already past 6 in the evening. At 6 in the winter, it was already very dark. Zuoling escorted Shengguanxi to the bus station. The bus came every half hour, and when they arrived, the latest bus had just left. Zuoling looked around and then said, Xiaoxi, wait here for me for a moment. Shengguanxi nodded. It was quite a while before Zuoling reappeared in front of Shengguanxi. Unexpectedly to Shengguanxi, Zuoling was on one knee in front of her. What are you doing? Shengguanxi was startled. Several passengers waiting for the bus also seemed surprised. Zuoling looked at Shengguanxi very earnestly. Xiaoxi, will you marry me? What? A marriage proposal? Shengguanxi covered her mouth, completely astonished. Zuoling took out a ring from his pocket. Xiaoxi, today is the 1198th day since we met, and also 3 years and 1 month. The great man once said, any romance not aimed at marriage is frivolous. I'm an honest man, not good at sweet talk, and because of my limited ability, I couldn't even prepare a decent ring for you, but I know that you are not a vain girl. This ring, although it's neither gold nor silver, represents my sincere heart. I love you. Shengguanxi, please give me the chance to take care of you. Ever since meeting Wu Chenjun, Zuoling always felt a sense of crisis. He was afraid Shengguanxi would fall for someone else, as people tend to change. Who knows what Shengguanxi would be like in the future? The most important thing was that Wu Chenjun was richer than him. So, The best solution now was to make Xianxia a member of the Zhou family quickly. Once Xianxia became part of the Zhou family, she wouldn't dare to entertain any whimsical thoughts. Zuoling knew girls too well. Girls like Xianxia loved to hear sweet nothings because they were so naive and simple. A few words from a man could easily make them head over heels. So what if there's no diamond ring? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1035. I've heard so much about you. And Aizuihua would marry Xianxia even without a diamond ring. Xianxia, with slightly red eyes, looked at Zuoling and had to admit that she was moved by him. Zuoling, Xiaoxi, will you marry me please? Zuoling continued, although my salary is only a little over 100 yuan a month and I can't afford an expensive diamond ring, please believe me, one day, I will bring the most gorgeous diamond ring in the world before you. Please marry me. Upon hearing this, the passengers waiting for the bus were all stunned. Goodness! This young man is really impressive. He earns 100 yuan a month. And he's so good to his girlfriend. Such good men are really rare these days. Marry him! Marry him! The onlookers began clapping their hands. This kind of atmosphere is the most misleading. Xianxia reached out and took the ring made of wild grass, nodded with her eyes slightly red. Okay. This answer was what Zuoling had expected, but he still pretended to be surprised, lifting Xianxia up and cheered, "Thank you, Xiaoxi. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance." Being lifted up in front of everyone, Xianxia was quite embarrassed. "Put me down quickly, the bus is about to come." Zuoling put down Xianxia. The bus arrived shortly after, and Zuoling got on with Xianxia. Xianxia reminded him, "Zuoling, you got on the wrong bus. Your home is in the opposite direction." Zuoling smiled and said, "It's okay, it'll take you home." "Then how will you get back?" asked Xianxia. Zuoling casually replied, "It'll take the bus back later. Taking you home is the most important thing now." Xianxia was very fortunate to have a boyfriend as good as Zuoling. "Zuoling, thank you." Zuoling smiled and said, "We'll be family soon, you don't need to thank me." Xianxia shyly lowered her head. Zuoling continued, "Xiaoxi, when do you plan to marry me?" He had already planned that after Xianxia married him, he would have her quit her job at the factory, stay at home with peace of mind, tending the house and looking after the elders. After all, Xianxia didn't make much money a month anyway. With Xianxia around, there would be no need to hire a nanny, saving some nanny expenses as well. Xianxia was so beautiful, she could hold her own in gatherings outside and serve as a nanny at home, and could have sons to continue the family line. Such a good wife was hard to find. He was really capable. He had wooed Xianxia with just a grass-made ring. Could any other man do that? Zuoling felt more self-satisfied, and his smile widened. Xianxia curiously said, "What are you smiling about?" Zuoling put his arm around Xianxia's shoulders. "I'm just feeling secretly happy." Secretly happy? Xianxia was slow to catch on. Zuoling continued, "To be able to marry such a gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous wife, how could I not feel secretly happy?" At these words, Xianxia became even more embarrassed. Was she really that excellent in Zuoling's eyes? Zuoling added, "Xiaoxi, when exactly do you plan to marry me?" Xianxia blushed and said, "It's not just up to me. I need to go back and ask for my parents' opinions to see what they say." Zuoling nodded. "Uncle has brought you up, so it's indeed important to ask his opinion. As for your aunt's opinion, you can either take it or leave it. After all, you have no blood relation with her, and she wasn't the one who raised you when you were little." "That's not how you should speak. My mom is a very nice person. She cares a lot about me." Xianxia was not the type of ungrateful person. Her relationship with Aizuihua wasn't something that anyone could easily stir up with a few words. Zuoling was a smart man. He knew he should play along with Xianxia at this moment and not contradict her. "Xiaoxi, I must have accrued good fortune in my previous life to be able to marry such an outstanding, kind-hearted girl like you this lifetime." Right now, to him, Xianxia was more important than anything else. After getting married, he would be able to turn himself around and be the master. He wasn't afraid Xianxia would divorce him. Given Xianxia's standards, she couldn't find a better man than him. Even if Wu Chenjun was interested in Xianxia, what could that do? Could Wu Chenjun accept a woman who had been with someone else, a second-hand one? He figured Xianxia wouldn't have the guts to divorce him. Xianxia couldn't read minds, nor did she know what Zuoling was thinking, simply taking Zuoling's words for heartfelt sincerity. Zuoling, don't say that. I have many flaws too. Zuoling said, it doesn't matter. I can accept all of your flaws. After a while, the car reached its station. Zuoling dropped Xianxia off at the entrance of the village before taking the bus back. When he arrived home, Zuoling told his parents about his proposal. Hearing this, his mother, agitated, stood up and slammed the table. No way. I don't agree. You have to agree because I already proposed. Xiaoxi has even accepted. Zuoling said. His mother, overwhelmed with anger and her heart pounding violently, said, foolish. Ling, you're so foolish. That Xianxia has neither looks nor family background. She is not worthy of you. Her son was a dragon among men. In ancient times, he could have married a princess or become a son-in-law to the emperor. What was Xianxia? She wasn't even comparable to a sparrow. Zuoling firmly stated, I'm going to marry Xiaoxi no matter what. I like Xiaoxi. Although her family background isn't great, she's educated, good-looking, and presentable. Saying this, Zuoling casually picked up a fruit knife and placed it against his neck. Mom and Dad, if you don't let me marry Xiaoxi today, it'll end my life. Seeing Zuoling with the fruit knife terrified his parents. They knew Zuoling was the Zhuo family's only bloodline, their lifeblood. Without Zuoling, what would be the point of their existence? Ling, calm down, don't hurt yourself, his mother said anxiously. Give the knife to Mom, quickly, be good, Ling. Zuoling stepped back. Mom, don't come any closer. Unless you agree to let me marry Xiaoxi, I'll die right here, before your eyes. Zuoling's father turned pale with fear. Ling, my heart's joy, please put the knife down. Given the situation, his mother had no choice but to nod in agreement. Fine. I agree. I'll agree. She had underestimated Xianxia. She was a sly temptress. Look how she had bewitched her son. Such a person deserved no good end. In her mind, his mother cursed Xianxia 1,000 times over, as Zuoling excitedly said, Mom, you really agree? Really? His mother continued nodding. When has Mom ever lied to you? Ling, please give the knife to Mom. The fruit knife was brand new, extremely sharp. If it accidentally hurt Zuoling, that would be terrible. That wretch Xianxia would go to the 18th level of hell. Mom, you really aren't deceiving me? Zuoling was somewhat incredulous. Ling, rest assured, Mom is not deceiving you, his mother said fervently. Zuoling then said, Mom, then swear to me, if you're lying, your son should never have a good death. Hearing this, his mother's brow twitched. This silly child. To joke about his own life for a woman. Damn wretch. Sly temptress. You declare it. Zuoling urged, implying strongly that if his mother didn't swear, he was ready to take his own life. Swear now. Zuoling's father also urged his mother. Are you going to just watch Ling hurt himself? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1036. A saying comes true at this point. Mothers grudgingly raised 3 fingers. Fine, I swear. Seeing his mother had sworn the oath, Zuoling then handed the knife to her. Taking the fruit knife, Mother Zhuo felt a sigh of relief. Zuoling continued, Mom, don't worry, Xiaoxi is a very good girl. She will take good care of you and Dad in the future. Mother Zhuo sighed, what's the use of being filial? She can't even give birth to a son. Our Zhuo family will be ruined by that woman. And who knows whether she's genuinely filial or just pretending? How filial can someone be who's bewitched her own son into threatening his parents with his life? Motherswell was now seething with suppressed anger. Just wait. Once that little bitch Shangguan marries into our family, shall see how I'll deal with her. Zuoling said with a smile. Mom, don't worry. After we get married, I'll have Xiaoxi quit her job to take care of you two at home, and then we can have 2 children. I guarantee every single one of them will be a boy. You guarantee? Motherswell looked at Zuoling, trying to suppress the fury in her heart. You talk nicely, but what can you guarantee with? You must have been bewitched by that woman. It's not like you can just say it and it happens. People like Shangguan, you can just tell she won't give birth to a son. Zuoling said with a smile. Nowadays, with the advancement of science and technology, as long as one is 5 months pregnant, you can find out the gender of the baby. When Xiaoxi is pregnant, well, go to the hospital to check. If it's a girl, we just abort it, right? In the 1980s, B-ultrasound was popular due to family planning reasons, and many families would go to unlicensed clinics to check the gender of the fetus during pregnancy. If it was a girl, they would abort it. If a boy, they would keep it. This laid a severe foreshadowing for the unbalanced gender ratio in later generations. Why would the dowry prices skyrocket in the future? Because there are fewer and fewer girls and more boys. Hearing this, Motherswell's eyes lit up. Really? Zuoling nodded. Would I lie to you? Motherswell asked. How do you know this? Our coworker Xiaosun just ended up with a big fat boy. Didn't his wife first give birth to a little girl? I heard they aborted 5 times before finally having a boy. They had a son, but the daughter-in-law's health was destroyed. But compared to a son, what's a daughter-in-law worth? If a woman divorces, she won't have a good reputation, but if a man's wife dies, he can still remarry. Motherswell was still a bit uneasy. Are you so certain that Shangguan will agree to the abortion? Zuoling said with a smile. Once she's married into the Zhuo family, she'll belong to our household, and by then she won't have a say in the matter. That's also true. Motherswell nodded in satisfaction. As she finished speaking, Motherswell continued. It's just that her family background is somewhat inferior. Honestly, I think Lai Bao is better. That kid Lai Bao. Motherswell hadn't finished her sentence before Zuoling interrupted her. Mom, please don't bring up that Chen Lai Bao again. Looking at someone like that just annoys me. I'm going back to my room to rest. Motherswell watched Zuoling's retreating back and sighed. All right, don't be angry, Motherswell said. I think Lingling has gotten quite thinner these days. Don't we still have Bird's Nest at home? Go stew some to nourish him. Compared to getting angry, of course, their son's health was more important. Motherswell hurried to the kitchen to stew Bird's Nest. At the Ni family. During dinner, Shangguan announced to her family the news of Zuoling's marriage proposal. Upon hearing this, there was a silence at the dinner table. Ni Cuehua looked at Shangguan in surprise. Xiaoxi, you agreed? Shangguan nodded. I think Zuoling is a very good young man, so I agreed. She had not agreed to Zuoling impulsively. She and Zuoling had 3 years of emotional foundation, and now agreeing to the marriage proposal felt natural. Ni Yang looked up at Shangguan. Sister Xiaoxi, with what did Zuoling propose to you? Ni Yang was a bit afraid that Zuoling had been a freeloader. Of course, a proposal can't be without a ring, Shangguan replied. This answer was indeed beyond Ni Yang's expectation. It seemed that Zuoling's character wasn't as bad as she had imagined. At least he used a ring to propose. She was really afraid that Zuoling couldn't escape the nature of a scumbag and would resort to freeloading. What kind of ring is it? Show us, old lady Shangguan said somewhat discontentedly. Shangguan, she said with a smile, a very unique ring. Shangguan, she was not a materialistic girl to begin with, and she hadn't suffered when she was younger. She thought that the straw ring given by Zuoling embodied the love mentioned in books. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1037. A saying comes true _2. Unique? This statement really whetted everyone's appetite. Shangguan Su looked at Shangguan Shi. Could it be a pigeon's egg? Bigger than the one Dad gave Mom? When Shangguan Dehui proposed to Ni Zihua, he did buy a sizable diamond ring. Shangguan, she said speechlessly, "Brother, you're so tacky." As she finished speaking, Shangguan, she took out a ring woven from wild grass from her pocket. "This is the engagement ring Zhuo Ling gave me." Upon seeing this, Shangguan Su almost spat out the soup he had just swallowed. A ring made of grass. No one expected Zhuo Ling's engagement ring to be a grass-woven ring. Even Anai Yang was taken aback. She had thought that Zhuo Ling wasn't someone to bluff his way through, but it turned out he couldn't escape his scoundrel nature. Given Zhuo Ling's family background, even if he couldn't afford a pigeon's egg, he should have at least bought one made of gold. After all, Zhuo Ling was a minor official with a monthly salary of over 100 yuan. With the current cheap gold prices, 2 months' salary was enough to buy a very respectable gold ring. But Zhuo Ling didn't. This showed that Zhuo Ling didn't take Shangguan Shi to heart at all. He was deceiving Shangguan Shi, perhaps he just wanted to trick her into his grasp. Such a trifle fooled you? Shangguan Su picked up the ring in Shangguan Zai's hand, his face filled with incredulous laughter. Shangguan Shi seriously said, "Perhaps in your eyes, this is just worthless wild grass. But to me, it represents Zhuo Ling's true heart. His sincerity is priceless." Zhuo Ling's sincerity couldn't be measured with money. Anai Yang nodded slightly. "Yeah, true love is priceless. I agree with Sister Xiaoxi." Yang. Anai Zuihua looked at Anai Yang in surprise. Shangguan Shi smiled and said, "Yang, you understand me." Anai Yang held a high status in the family, and with her approval, Shangguan Shi felt much more confident. But Sister Xiaoxi, the phrase true love is priceless also depends on the situation, Anai Yang continued. For instance, if someone comes from a poor background and has only 1 yuan but gives it all to you, and would do anything for you, that is true love. But if someone obviously has 100 yuan and isn't even willing to give you one, that's not true love, that's just taking advantage of you. In Anai Yang's eyes, family background wasn't the issue. What mattered was character. As long as the Zhuo family had good character and Zhuo Ling was truly sincere towards Shangguan Shi, everything else wasn't a problem. But now, Zhuo Ling was merely putting on an act for Shangguan Shi. Hearing this, Shangguan Shi was stunned. She had been immersed in love and had never considered this issue. Could it be that Zhuo Ling was really just acting? It surely wasn't. Shangguan Dehui nodded. "I think Yang is right. Xiaoxi, it's clear from this proposal issue that Zhuo Ling is not sincere towards you." Old Lady Shangguan also nodded in agreement. "I also think Yang is right. Zhuo Ling is just trying to take advantage of you, who uses a grass-woven ring for a proposal. You guys aren't playing house as kids. What era is this to use a blade of grass to take a wife? Even decades ago, this wasn't done." Old Lady Zheng added, "Xiaoxi, you're not married yet and Zhuo Ling is already daring to deceive you like this. What will happen after marriage? Will he still regard you as a person?" Shangguan Shi fell silent, not saying a word. Shangguan Shi, snap out of it. Don't let love blind you. That pretty boy Zhuo Ling is not worthy of my sister. Shangguan Su flicked Shangguan Zai's forehead. Shangguan Zai's originally delightful mood was now washed away, leaving her somewhat depressed as she poked at the rice in her bowl. Saying less is more, as saying too much can backfire. Seeing Shangguan Shi like this, everyone else fell silent. It was just a precautionary shot for Shangguan Shi to brace herself mentally, so she wouldn't be overwhelmed by the truth when it came out. Meanwhile, at the Zhuo family's home, Mother Zhuo brought Zhuo Ling a bowl of bird's nest soup. Zhuo Ling sat up from his bed. "Mom, where did this bird's nest come from?" Their family was decently off, but bird's nest was still a bit extravagant. "It was given by Lai Bao a few days ago," Mother Zhuo said. "I just finished cooking it, eat it while it's hot." Zhuo Ling received the bowl with both hands and tasted it. "It's quite fragrant." "Could bird's nest not be fragrant?" Mother Zhuo continued. "I tell you, Lai Bao is a good girl, her family has money, and her parents are still young, they can earn for many more years. If she marries into our family, not to mention bird's nest, even if you wanted dragon meat from the heavens, Lai Bao would find a way to buy it for you. Look at what Shangguan Shi brought last time she visited our home. Was she even half as sensible as Lai Bao? Bringing such cheap things on her first visit. How did her parents even raise her? Upon hearing this, Zuoling placed the bowl on the bedstand. I am eating. Can't you give it a rest? Blabbering on, it's so annoying. Mentioning that Chen Laibao just ruins my appetite. I can't eat. Mother Zua, looking anxious, said, all right, I won't speak of it anymore, just eat. Mother Zua then picked up the bowl of bird's nest again. After Zuoling finished the bird's nest, Mother Zua added, did I hear that you proposed to Shang Guanxi? How did you propose? You didn't borrow money from someone, did you? Where would Zuoling get money for an engagement ring since he handed over his monthly salary to her? Zuoling laughed. Don't worry, your son is so outstanding, I didn't need a ring to propose. I won Shang Guanxi over with just a wildflower. Really? Mother Zua looked incredulous. Absolutely. Zuoling boasted proudly, you should see who your son is. Mother Zua spoke again. That's true, thinking about Shang Guanxi's situation, she must be dying to pay you instead, getting a wildflower from you is already good enough. How could she even dream of anything else? Not to mention Chen Laibao, the Chen family circumstances are certainly not poor, and yet Chen Laibao is still looking to win over Zuoling. Who would blame her son for being competent? If Shang Guanxi was capable, she'd have men paying her instead. Zuoling then asked, by the way, Mom, where did you store the leftover bird's nest? I placed it on the cabinet. Okay. Zuoling nodded. The next morning, while Mother and Father Zua were out for a walk, Zuoling secretly packed the remaining bird's nest into his bag and took it with him. Due to last night's ordeal, Shang Guanxi hadn't slept well and looked rather worn out by morning. During lunch, Zuoling asked with concern, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Shang Guanxi shook her head. It's nothing. Zuoling held Shang Guanxi's hand and continued, by the way, Xiaoxi, have you told your uncle and aunt about us yet? Shang Guanxi shook her head. Not yet, I think it's too soon. We've only just met the parents, should we rush into marriage? Shang Guanxi was very hesitant. She really liked Zuoling, but she feared he was just appeasing her. What would she do if everyone's words turned out to be prophetic? Xiaoxi, we've known each other for 3 years. Don't you trust me yet? Or has someone been setting you against me? I hate to say it, but your family situation is really complicated with stepmothers, stepsisters, and 2 elderly folks unrelated to you by blood. Xiaoxi, you're so kind, I worry they might deceive you. No one's stirring anything up, I just think it's too soon. They are all my family, they wouldn't deceive me. Shang Guanxi never considered Ni Zuihua and the others as strangers. Zuoling sighed, Xiaoxi, you are too kind. By the way, I have something for you, guess what it is? What is it? Asked Shang Guanxi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1038. Rather starved to death, Zuoling chuckled and said, guess. What is it really? Shang Guanxi was very curious. Could it be that Zuoling had bought her a ring? Zuoling took out the box he had prepared earlier. Seeing what was inside the box, Shang Guanxi was stunned for a moment. Bird's nest. Zuoling nodded. Yes, it's bird's nest. Bird's nest is a great thing, especially good for girls. Not only does it have beautifying effects, but it also nourishes yin and tonifies the lungs. I was actually thinking of buying you a ring, but then I thought, a ring is just for show and not really practical. It'd be better to improve your health, so I used the money for the ring to ask a friend to buy it from abroad. Zuoling's skill at deceit was profound. He could lie without batting an eyelid, making it seem as if the bird's nest really was something he had asked someone to buy abroad. He seemed to have completely forgotten who the real owner of this bird's nest was. Really? Shang Guanxi was taken aback for a moment, not knowing quite how to feel. Last night, she hadn't slept at all because of the ring, and now it turned out that things weren't at all what she had imagined. So Zuoling had her best interests at heart. She had misunderstood Zuoling. For a moment, the look Shang Guanxi gave Zuoling was filled with guilt. She felt she really owed Zuoling an apology. Zuoling was so good to her, yet she had doubted him. Zuoling smiled and said, I specially bought it for you, how could it be fake? Thank you, Zuoling. Shangguanzai's eyes reddened slightly as she embraced Zuoling. Silly girl, there's no need to be polite with me. Zuoling felt very pleased with himself. Over at the Zhuo family, Zhuo's mother was chatting with the neighbors about Zuoling's marriage proposal. Your Ling Ling must have spent quite a bit of money on the proposal, right? When my son proposed, he spent over 200 yuan on a ring, and that doesn't even include the bride price. Upon this topic, Zhuo's mother's face beamed with pride. Not at all, our Ling Ling didn't spend a penny. Really? Everyone expressed their doubts. Zhuo's mother continued, would I lie to you? The girl really likes our Ling Ling, she virtually wants to pay dowry to us. How could she dare to let our Ling Ling spend a penny? What if our Ling Ling doesn't want her anymore? As these words were spoken, who wouldn't envy Zhuo's mother? How could she be so capable? To have such an outstanding son. Is Ling Ling's girlfriend the one who came last time? The tall, thin one? Yes, 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 Zhuo's mother nodded, that's her. Aunt Wu, you've seen her, right? I saw her last time she came over. The girl is very pretty. In her heart, Aunt Wu thought that while the girl was pretty, she seemed a bit simple-minded. Otherwise, why would she fall for Zuoling? Zhuo's mother's smile was so broad it nearly stretched ear to ear. What's the use of being pretty? To tell you the truth, I actually prefer Chen Lai Bao. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Mama Ling, look who's coming. Aunt Wu pointed in the direction of the street corner. Zhuo's mother turned her head to look, only to see the person walking towards them, laden with large and small packages, was none other than Chen Lai Bao. I won't keep you, I need to greet our future daughter-in-law. Zhuo's mother deliberately raised her voice when she said, future daughter-in-law, because only in this way could Chen Lai Bao hear her. Chen Lai Bao did hear her and was delighted, which motivated her to carry the parcels to the Zhuo family's home. Auntie! Chen Lai Bao was truly very plump, to the point that Zhuo's mother seemed almost non-existent next to her. Even a slight stomp of her foot gave the sensation of an earthquake. Zhuo's mother kindly said, Lai Bao has come. Don't tire yourself, let Auntie carry those for you. Beads of sweat pooled on Chen Lai Bao's forehead as she panted heavily. No need, Auntie. I can carry them myself. They're too heavy for you to lift. Zhuo's mother said, you're such a dutiful child, always bringing so many things whenever you come over. Your parents are so blessed to have such a good daughter like you. I don't have your parents' luck, having given birth to 7 daughters, each one more disobedient than the last. Despite her weight, Chen Lai Bao was no fool. She knew Zhuo's mother was only after her possessions. But she just liked Zuoling, had liked him since they were young. She was afraid that Zhuo's mother wouldn't want anything, and if she truly wanted nothing, Chen Lai Bao would lose her advantage. So, she and Zhuo's mother each had their own agendas. Chen Lai Bao said with a smile, it's my duty to be dutiful to you. By the way, has Zuoling not come back yet? She had timed her visit with Zuoling's usual time off from work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1039. Rather starved to death, Zhuo's mother walked into the house with Chen Lai Bao. Ling Ling hasn't come back yet. You sit first, Auntie will go peel an apple for you to eat. Thank you, Auntie. Chen Lai Bao put the gift she had brought to one side. After a while, Zuoling returned. When he saw Chen Lai Bao sitting on the sofa, his face changed. How did you get here? He didn't even want to bother giving Chen Lai Bao lip service. But Chen Lai Bao didn't mind Zuoling's attitude at all, stood up and said, Zuoling, you're back. Look what I brought you, a gift. This is a men's shirt I had my cousin bring back from abroad, and this, a Longines watch. I've heard many people like this watch these days. That watch, it seemed pretty nice, and as far as he knew, it was worth quite a bit of money. If he wore it to work, he would definitely look impressive. Not a single man doesn't love watches. The anger on Zuoling's face disappeared all at once. Chen Lai Bao observed the expression on Zuoling's face and carefully said, Shall I put it on for you? Zuoling didn't refuse Chen Lai Bao. Chen Lai Bao was overjoyed, immediately helped Zuoling put on the watch. Look how good this watch looks. By the way, I bought a women's one for Auntie too. Really? Zuoling's mother came out of the kitchen. Really? Chen Liebao took out another watch box from her bag. Auntie, this is for you. Zhu's mother was delighted. Liebao, what do you want to eat tonight? Auntie will cook it for you. Chen Liebao said with subtlety, anything Auntie cooks, I love to eat. Auntie, let me help you cook too. Zhu's mother refused. No need, you just sit in the living room and chat with Lingling, Auntie can handle it. Chen Liebao continued, by the way, Auntie, where is your nanny? Zhu's mother said, she said there was something urgent back home and asked for leave a few days ago. Chen Liebao nodded, oh, I see. Normally, Zhuo Ling would certainly not be willing to sit on the sofa and chat with Chen Liebao, this pigsy, but today was different. After all, he had just accepted Chen Libao's watch. What if Chen Liebao got upset and regretted giving it? A true man can be flexible. What TV do you want to watch? Zhuo Ling picked up the remote control and asked for Chen Libao's preference. Chen Liebao looked shy. Whatever channel you tune to, I like to watch. Zhuo Ling felt goosebumps rise all over his skin. He really couldn't stand it. This Chen Liebao. Although Zhuo Ling really disliked Chen Liebao, he still endured the nauseating feeling and randomly selected a channel. Chen Liebao now had no interest in watching TV, her gaze full of tenderness fixated on Zhuo Ling, as if she wished she could marry him and have kids right then and there. I need to use the bathroom. Zhuo Ling couldn't take it anymore and stood up from the sofa. I'll go too. Chen Liebao also stood up. I'm going to the bathroom, why are you following? Zhuo Ling turned to look at Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao said lovingly, I'm accompanying you. Zhuo Ling, fighting back the urge to vomit, quickly headed towards the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Zhuo Ling sat on the toilet for more than half an hour before he went to open the door. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? Zhuo Ling had thought Chen Liebao would have left. He wasn't careful and bumped into Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao stretched out her hand to hold Zhuo Ling's head. Zhuo Ling, how can you be so careless? Are you okay? Zhuo Ling's head was firmly pressed against her chest by Chen Liebao, and he was nearly suffocating. Let go. Let me go. An opportunity like this was rare, and Chen Liebao wasn't stupid. She had no intention of letting go. Chen Liebao was quite heavy and strong. How could Zhuo Ling compete with her? After a full 5 minutes, Chen Liebao finally let go. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? It was truly disgusting. How could Chen Liebao be so shameless? Zhuo Ling immediately covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom to throw up. The sound of retching was loud. He wished he could vomit out everything he had eaten the night before. In no time, his face turned pale. Chen Liebao squatted beside Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? What's wrong? Why are you throwing up? Do you feel unwell? Do you need to see a doctor? Zhuo Ling was fuming inside, but he couldn't show it outwardly. I'm fine, I just need to lie down on the bed for a while. Please step aside. I'll help you to your room. No need. Zhuo Ling waved his hand, feeling like vomiting at the sight of Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao shook his head in frustration. Right, how could a sick person walk? I should carry you to the room. Hearing this, Zhuo Ling looked at Chen Liebao with a face full of terror. Before he could react, he was scooped up by Chen Liebao, as effortlessly as an eagle picking up a chick. After carrying Zhuo Ling to the room, Chen Liebao considerately covered him with a blanket and checked the temperature of his forehead with her hand. Zhuo Ling was nearly disgusted to death by Chen Liebao and finally couldn't take it anymore. Would you please leave? Are you sending me away? Chen Liebao looked at Zhuo Ling with a face full of hurt. Get out, don't make me repeat myself a third time. I'm going to rest now. Disgust was written all over Zhuo Ling's face. Chen Liebao looked at Zhuo Ling unwillingly. But I want to stay with you. I really like you and you know it. Zhuo Ling looked at her coldly. Chen Liebao wasn't intimidated by Zhuo Ling's demeanor. If anything, she seemed even more smitten. She really liked Zhuo Ling too much. Zhuo Ling was speechless. He couldn't understand how someone could be so shameless. Didn't Chen Liebao know what she looked like? She, resembling Zhu Beiji, fancied him? She showed not the slightest self-awareness. Zhuo Ling suppressed the churning in his stomach, turned over, and faced away from Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao, with her hands propping up her chin, gazed at Zhuo Ling with infatuation, wishing she could burn 2 holes in his back. After a while, Mother Zhuo finished cooking and called them to eat. With a Zhu Beiji around, how could Zhuo Ling have an appetite? "Mom, you all go ahead, I'm not hungry." Mother Zhuo knew Zhuo Ling disliked Chen Liebao, and his lack of appetite was due to his disgust for her. "If you're not eating, so be it. Let's go, Liebao, we're going to eat." Chen Liebao was concerned for Zhuo Ling. "How can you not eat? Man is iron, food is steel, you'll get hungry if you skip a meal." "Zhuo Ling, come on, get up, let's eat together." "I'm not eating." Zhuo Ling's attitude was somewhat unfriendly. Mother Zhuo immediately snapped at Zhuo Ling. "You child, how can you talk to Liebao like that?" Chen Liebao waved her hand. "It's fine, Auntie, I just love Zhuo Ling's personality. This is what makes him so manly." Her last words came with a look of infatuation. Zhuo Ling couldn't take it anymore. He felt like he was going to be disgusted to death by Chen Liebao. This fatso, when was she going to stop? He couldn't stand it anymore. "I said I'm not eating, aren't you annoying?" Zhuo Ling couldn't help but shout. Chen Liebao clenched her hands into a fist. "He's getting more and more manly." Zhuo Ling, Mother's was sported a proud grin. How could her son not be outstanding? Someone was even willing to chase after him with such fervor. Chen Liebao continued, "Zhuo Ling, if you don't want to get out of bed to eat, that's okay. They'll bring the food over and feed you later." Feed him? He would rather starve than be fed by that fatso. Zhuo Ling was startled and immediately threw off the blanket, standing up from the bed. "I'll go. All right? You just leave my house after you've finished eating." Meanwhile, at the Ni family's house, Xianxia took out the bird's nest that Zhuo Ling had sent and showed it to Natihua. "Mom, we misunderstood Zhuo Ling yesterday. He isn't belittling me. Instead, he used the money for buying a ring to purchase bird's nest. He said that rings are flashy but of little substance, and it's better to buy bird's nest to nurture my health. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1040, Set a trap. Although these birds' nests aren't top grade, they're still imported from overseas and are much more expensive than a regular gold ring. With the Zhuo family's financial capability, for him to buy these birds' nests for Xianxia was indeed quite remarkable. Could they really have misunderstood Zhuo Ling? For a moment, Zuehua wasn't quite clear about the truth. Are these birds' nests really from Zhuo Ling? Old Lady Xianxia, holding little Ni Yun, came over from the other side. "Really, Grandma?" Xianxia nodded her head. "Do I need to lie about something like this?" Old Lady Xianxia picked up a bird's nest and inspected it carefully. "It couldn't be fake, could it?" "Grandma, why don't you trust Zhuo Ling?" Xianxia said speechlessly. "He's not the type of person to fool me with fake stuff." Right then, Yin also walked in from outside. Xianxia hurriedly waved to Yin. "Ying, come here for a second." Yin walked over. "What's up, Sister Xiaoxi?" Xianxia continued. "Yang, do these birds' nests look fake to you?" Yin picked up a bird's nest. "Imported from Malaysia, they're not fake. Go ahead and eat them. Birds' nests are very good for women." Hearing Yin's response, Xianxia felt relieved. "See, I told you these birds' nests aren't fake. How could Zhuo Ling give me fake birds' nests?" "Zhuo Ling gave these?" Yin looked at Xianxia somewhat surprised. She really hadn't expected Zhuo Ling to gift Xianxia such precious items. That was really odd. Xianxia quickly explained the reason to Yin. Upon hearing this, Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly. "Sister Xiaoxi, didn't you ever think that these birds' nests could have been given to Zhuo Ling by someone else, and he just passed them on to you?" With Zhuo Ling's character, Yin found it really hard to believe that he had bought these birds' nests to give to Xianxia. Could a tight-fisted person pluck feathers? That's totally illogical. "Impossible," Xianxia said firmly. "Zhuo Ling wouldn't deceive me." Yin nodded. "Sister Xiaoxi, it seems to me you're getting in deeper and deeper. It seems some things needed to be initiated earlier." Yin squinted subtly. Xianxia laughed. "Oh well, I just trust Zhuo Ling, just like you trust Mo Qishan." A shallow dimple appeared on Yan's face. If Qishan dares to deceive me like that, I'll smash his head in. Far away in a foreign land, attending a meeting, Qishan sneezed out of the blue. Who was thinking of him? Could it be his wife? A faint smile curled up Qishan's lips, wrapping the outside snow and bringing a chilling cold. The people at the conference table shivered. Big boss, please stop smiling. So terrifying. Xianxia said, if our family's Ling dares to deceive me, then I will also smash his head in. Yan laughed. Sister Xiaoxi, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Don't worry, you'll never get to see it, Xianxia said, smiling as she wrapped her arm around Yan's shoulder. Yan just smiled. After dinner, Yan called Li Tong. Hello, Yang. Li Tong's voice sounded very excited. Due to her flawless skin, having just received some money from her elders, how could she not be excited? She was so happy she could jump. Yan continued, Tong, are you free tomorrow morning? If you are, let's have coffee together. Yan inviting her, even if she was busy, she had to make time. After all, Yan was her god of wealth. Li Tong said, I have time, of course I have time. What time shall we meet tomorrow morning? Let's meet at 10, Yan said. Okay, no problem. Don't miss it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1041. Appointment with Li Tong, one more update. After arranging it with Li Tong, Yang hung up the phone. The next morning, Yang drove to meet her. Truth be told, she didn't want to drive, but it was too cold now, and riding a bike would have taken courage. When she arrived, Li Tong was already there. Yang, over here. Li Tong stood up and waved at Yang. Yang walked over with a smile. Tong, how come you're so early? She was worried that Li Tong might wait for her, so Yang had purposely come 10 minutes early, but Li Tong had arrived even earlier. Li Tong said, well, I have the day off today and nothing to do at home. Yang handed the box she was holding to Li Tong. Tong, this is the newest product from Frosty Jade Skin. Why don't you try it out? New product? The mention of those 3 words lit up Li Tong's eyes. Frosty Jade Skin's products were in such high demand that ordinary people couldn't even buy the limited editions, let alone new ones. Wow, what's this new product? Is it a face mask? Li Tong immediately opened the packaging. Frosty Jade Skin already had a milk pearl powder face mask, but face masks didn't usually look like this. So Li Tong was very curious, wondering exactly what this was. Yang explained with a smile, this is a snail essence eye mask, which can lighten crow's feet and under eye lines, as well as reduce dark circles. It is quite effective. Dark circles would appear from staying up late, and no matter how much foundation you applied, you couldn't completely cover them up. This eye mask was simply a savior for night owls. Good skincare products shouldn't stay the same forever, so recently, Frosty Jade Skin had not only added eye masks but had also launched several affordable skincare products. Of course, good things were meant to be shared. Eye mask? Do you use it on your eyes? Li Tong continued to ask. Exactly, Yang nodded. Li Tong followed up, Yang, thank you. How much is it? Although she hadn't used this eye mask yet, Li Tong was already a loyal fan of Frosty Jade Skin. She believed that Frosty Jade Skin wouldn't disappoint her. The eye mask must be really good. Yang replied with a smile, this is a new product, currently in the trial phase. Just let me know how it works for you afterward, there's no need to pay. Li Tong wasn't the kind to take advantage. No way, Yang, I can't accept the eye mask if you're not taking the money. Yang took a sip of coffee. Tong, if you really feel bad about it, then do me a favor instead. What favor? Just tell me, said Li Tong. Yang began speaking softly. Hearing this, Li Tong patted her chest and said, no problem, leave it to me. I promise he'll take care of it. Then he'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, Li Tong continued. Yang, if you ever need help with anything in the future, just let me know. Since she wasn't working today, Shangguan she spent time on a date with Zuoling. Zuoling brought up marriage again. Regarding the matter of marriage, Shangguan she was also somewhat at a loss. After all, it was a commitment for a lifetime, and she wanted to think it over properly. Xiaoxi, do you not love me? Zuoling asked. Shangguan she replied, No, I love you very much. Zuoling, why would you think that? Zuoling continued, If you love me, why won't you marry me? Especially since you've already accepted my proposal. Zuoling was anxious. The longer the delay, the more likely it was that Shangguan she might be snatched away by Wu Chenjun. Shangguan she thought for a moment and then said, Zuoling, this is a matter for a lifetime. I need to discuss it with my family and prepare a lot of things. Have you already discussed it with your uncle and aunt? Zuoling replied, My parents really like you. They can't wait for me to marry you. There's no need for discussion. They are just waiting for your response now. After all, he had even threatened with his own life once, so his parents didn't dare to disagree. Shangguan she said, Don't worry, Zuoling, you'll pick a good day soon to talk to them about this, and I promise you won't have to wait too long. Shangguan she was in a hurry too. Her family had many misconceptions about Zuoling and continuously disapproved of her marrying him. Was she supposed to secretly take her household registration book and sneak off to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register? But doing so would surely anger her parents once they found out. Hearing Shangguan she say this, Zuoling no longer pressured her, Then I'll wait for your good news. Shangguan she nodded. Zuoling continued, By the way, Xiaoxi, I had a friend bring back a gift for you from abroad again. What gift? Shangguan she asked, her face alight with surprise. This time Zuoling didn't let Shangguan she guess and directly pulled a beautifully wrapped gift box from his pocket. Xiaoxi, why don't you open it and see? As instructed, Shangguan she opened the gift box and saw, nestled in the red velvet, a gorgeous Longines watch. Do you like it? Zuoling asked. To ordinary people, a Longines watch was extremely luxurious, but for Shangguan she, it was hardly worth mentioning. For example, the foreign brand watch on Shangguan Zai's wrist was more than 100 times more expensive than the Longines. Unfortunately, Zuoling didn't realize the worth and thought Shangguan she was wearing a no-name watch. Still, since the watch represented Zuoling's sentiments, Shangguan she exclaimed with delight, I love it. Thank you so much, Zuoling. A Longines watch cost over 200 yuan, and although it wasn't expensive, it at least proved Zuoling's sincerity toward her. Just as Enai Yang had said, if a person has 1 yuan and is willing to give it all to you, that's real love. Real love is priceless. Zuoling earned only a bit over 100 yuan a month, yet he was willing to give her a watch worth over 200 yuan. That was real love. Shangguan she was overjoyed to have found such a good man in this lifetime. Let me help you put it on, Zuoling continued. Shangguan she nodded and took off the watch she was wearing to pocket it. With disdain, Zuoling said, Xiaoxi, that watch of yours is all worn out. Why keep it? Just throw it away. Shangguan she replied, This watch was a gift from my dad, it holds special meaning. Zuoling nodded, I see it's from your father, then it shouldn't be thrown away. After helping Shangguan she put on the watch, he raised his own left hand and said, Look, Xiaoxi, now our watches even match. Shangguan Zai's smile grew even more joyful. Wearing the watch Zuoling had given her, the thought of marrying him grew increasingly stronger. Shangguan she had made up her mind. If her family still didn't approve, she would be bold for once. Zuoling was such a good person, she believed her family would understand her. Zuoling dropped Shangguan she off at her home, then headed to his own place. As soon as he got home, Mothers Wa asked with a stern face, Lingling, did you take my watch? That watch had been a gift from Chen Liebao to her, and she hadn't even had the chance to wear it before it disappeared. Zuoling nodded. Yes, what about it? What did you take my watch for? Mothers Wa demanded. Zuoling sat down on the couch. I gave it to Xiaoxi. What? Mothers Wa nearly shrieked. He had given it to Shangguan she? He had actually given that expensive watch to that little bitch. Do you know how much that watch cost? Mothers Wa's face turned red with anger. Without a care, Zuoling picked up an apple. It's just a watch, right? Is it worth all this fuss? Besides, Xiaoxi is not an outsider. She's about to marry into our family. That watch costs over 200 yuan. Over 200 yuan. I couldn't even bring myself to wear it, and there you go, giving it to that little bitch without even blinking an eye. They weren't even married yet, and her son was already so enamored with that little bitch. What would happen if they did get married? Go right now and get that watch back from that little bitch. Go now. Mother Zhuo pushed Zuoling toward the door. Speechless, Zuoling said, Mom, is it really worth it? I'm your son. Do I mean less to you than a watch? Mother Zhuo yelled, It's my watch. What gives you the right to give it to that little bitch? If you don't want to get it, then I will go to that little bitch myself and get it. That damned little bitch, daring to take her things. Zuoling continued, Mom, calm down. Xiaoxi is going to marry into our family soon. We can just have her return the watch later. Right now it's not going to happen, we're at a critical point. If you screw up our affair at this time, then I might as well be dead. After saying that, Zuoling casually picked up the fruit knife on the table, appearing as if he were about to commit suicide. Mother Zhuo was terrified, her face turning deathly pale. Lingling, drop the knife. Put down the knife. Zuoling placed the fruit knife down. Mom, don't worry. Once Xiaoxi steps into our home, you can treat her however you want, and I won't stop you. But not now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1042, Beauty Trap, Second Update. He had to appease Xianxia properly now. If he ruined the relationship at this time, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? With suppressed frustration, Mother Zhuo said, Fine, fine, fine. I won't look for her. Is that not enough if I don't look for her? Zuoling responded with satisfaction. If you had acted like this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to get involved. At that moment, a voice came from the kitchen. Wife, where did you put our bird's nest? Birds' nests usually have some feathers, so the task of picking them fell to Father Zhuo. Hearing the words, bird's nest, Zuoling's brow twitched, and the apple in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Mother Zhuo said, Isn't it on top of the cabinet? Look carefully. There's nothing. I only found an empty box. Father Zhuo replied. Mother Zhuo, already full of anger and nowhere to vent it, snapped, You useless idiot. You can't even find something as big as a bird's nest. What can you even do properly? Father Zhuo replied grievously, There really is only an empty box. Just then, Zuoling continued, Mom, I took the bird's nest. You took it? Mother Zhuo looked at Zuoling in surprise. What did you need the bird's nest for? As soon as she finished speaking, Mother Zhuo realized, Oh no. You didn't take our family's bird's nest to give to that little bitch, did you? By the last sentence, Mother Zhuo's voice had changed. Zuoling nodded, Yeah. Mother Zhuo really wanted to slap Zuoling to death, but looking at her beloved son's face, she couldn't bring herself to do it and instead took out her anger on Father Zhuo. You useless idiot. Look at your great son. Oh my God. My bird's nest. The bird's nest I couldn't bear to eat myself was wasted on that little bitch. Mother Zhuo hit and punched Father Zhuo. She was furious. Father Zhuo was so angry he wanted to scold Zuoling, but he couldn't bring himself to do it and had to suppress his anger. That night, when it was time to sleep, Mother Zhuo felt more and more uneasy as she kept tossing and turning. She was heartbroken. There might be a chance to get the watch back, but not the bird's nest. Who knows, the bird's nest might have already ended up in that little bitch's stomach. Sleep, just sleep, Father Zhuo said helplessly. It's gone, let it be. Anyway, the Liebao family is rich, so we'll just ask Liebao to give us another one later. Mother Zhuo responded angrily, Liebao is not a fool. Our Lingling is about to marry that little bitch. Would Liebao still send stuff to our house? Father Zhuo then suggested, then we'll just have to deceive Liebao. It's not like they are getting married right away. Mother Zhuo thought this was a good idea and paid a visit to Chen Leibao's house the next day. That visit indeed proved to be very fruitful. Morning Light Group. When lunchtime arrived, Zuoling was anxious to meet Xianxia, and he hurried to the cafeteria. He accidentally bumped into someone. And it was a beauty. Are you blind? I'm so sorry, are you all right? Zuoling immediately apologized. He knew this beauty, her name was Li Tong, and she worked in the department next door. It was said that Li Tong's family had a powerful background and had connections with the company's CEO, which was why she managed to have an office job. Li Tong looked up, saw Zuoling's face, and froze, a blush coloring her cheeks. It's okay. Zuoling also froze. As an experienced player in love games, he knew exactly why Li Tong was blushing. It was clearly the look of a young girl struck by love. Could it be that Li Tong had fallen for him? He was so handsome, youthful, and promising, with a high education level, it was completely normal for Li Tong to fall for him. Zuoling's heart raced. You see, Li Tong had far better qualifications than Shang Guanxi. Shang Guanxi had only her looks. Li Tong had the looks, the body, the education, not to mention her family background. Shang Guanxi couldn't compare to even 1/10,000th of Li Tong. Zuoling hadn't even come back to his senses when he heard Li Tong ask, "What's your name? I don't think I've seen you before." Hearing this, Zuoling pointed to his work badge and said, "Im Zuoling." Li Tong nodded. "Im Li Tong, just call me Tong Tong." Tong. Zuoling's heart immediately fluttered. A woman wanting to be addressed so intimately clearly meant something significant. "I have to go ahead for something else," Li Tong said, then walked in a different direction. Zuoling wanted to follow her but was afraid of being too forward, so he stared at Li Tong's back for a long time. Li Tong was beautiful and had a particularly cold demeanor. Several male colleagues in the office had tried to pursue her but all had eventually given up. Over time, no one dared to pursue Li Tong anymore. Zuoling hadn't expected Li Tong to treat him differently. The more Zuoling thought about it, the more excited he became, so much so that he was distracted while having dinner with Shang Guanxi. As they ate, Shang Guanxi said, "Zuoling, I mentioned us to my parents last night, but they seem to misunderstand you and temporarily don't approve of our relationship. I'm so sorry." Shang Guanxi felt very guilty, as Zuoling had been waiting for her, but she kept disappointing him. "Zuoling must be very upset right now?" Zuoling said, It's okay. Seeing Zuoling like this, Shang Guanxi thought he was angry and continued, "Zuoling, I've made up my mind, I'll sneak our household registration book from home. Let's quietly go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and register our marriage." "Oh, okay." Zuoling nodded absent-mindedly, then suddenly realized something was off. "No. Xiaoxi, what did you just say?" Had Zuoling been too excited and hallucinated? Shang Guanxi repeated what she had just said with a smile. "What? Register for marriage?" Zuoling was startled and accidentally knocked over the soup bowl on his dinner tray, spilling the pork rib soup all over the table. Shang Guanxi quickly stood up to wipe the table. "How about it? Are you really excited now?" Shang Guanxi thought that Zuoling must be too excited about the news. In fact, had he not met Li Tong an hour before, Zuoling would indeed have been very excited. After all, he had always wanted to marry Shang Guanxi. But not now. Not that he never would, but at least he had no immediate thoughts of getting married. Because he was unsure whether Li Tong was really interested in him. If Li Tong really liked him, and he was already married to Shang Guanxi, wouldn't he miss out on Li Tong? Therefore, he couldn't register the marriage with Shang Guanxi for the time being. Zuoling gathered his thoughts and then said, "Xiaoxi, I think matters of marriage still need the approval of our parents. After all, they have worked hard to raise you, and it wouldn't be fair to them if we were to act this way, would it?" Before he pursued Li Tong, Zuoling wouldn't easily break up with Shang Guanxi. What if he hastily broke up with Shang Guanxi, but Li Tong didn't like him? Wouldn't it all be in vain? After speaking, Zuoling added, "Xiaoxi, misunderstandings are okay. I believe I can clear up your uncle and aunt's misunderstandings about me with sincerity. Registering hastily not only disheartens the elders but also makes them feel that I am unreliable. Xiaoxi, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. I am willing to wait." Zuoling spoke righteously, and Shang Guanxi was very moved. She hadn't expected Zuoling to consider her perspective to such an extent. It seems they had misunderstood Zuoling before. Shang Guanxi suddenly felt very sorry for Zuoling. "Zuoling, thank you. Thank you for thinking so much for me. Actually, I still have something I've been hiding from you. Lovers shouldn't keep secrets. She shouldn't have hidden her family background from Zuoling. She should be honest with Zuoling. Just then, Zuoling suddenly saw Li Tong. Li Tong was walking this way. He absolutely couldn't let Li Tong see him with Shangguanxi. Zuoling suddenly stood up and said, Xiaoxi, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. I'm going back to the office. Hearing that Zuoling felt unwell, Shangguanxi said with a concerned face, Zuoling, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? No, I'm fine, Zuoling continued. I'll just rest at the office for a bit. Don't follow me, go ahead and eat. As he finished speaking, Zuoling ran off like a shot. Shangguanxi didn't think much of it, assuming Zuoling was just concerned she hadn't eaten enough. Back at the office, Zuoling finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Li Tong hadn't seen him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain. That evening after work, afraid of being seen by Li Tong, Zuoling made an excuse to work overtime and sent Shangguanxi home first. The next morning, when Zuoling showed up at the office again, he was startled, because Li Tong had been transferred to their office. Upon seeing Zuoling, Li Tong turned towards him and took the initiative to greet him. Zuoling, good morning. We're in the same office now, I'm sitting right next to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043, Zuoling is Hooked, Part 3. Zuoling looked at the enthusiastic Li Tong and thought he must be hallucinating. The aloof and stunning Li Tong was actually taking the initiative to greet him. Zuoling felt countless envious gazes turning towards him. Oh my God! He couldn't be dreaming, could he? Zuoling pinched the inside of his thigh hard. It hurt. He wasn't dreaming. Zuoling looked up at Li Tong. Tong. Li Tong smiled slightly. Please enlighten me on work-related matters in the future. Of course, Zuoling nodded. If you have any questions about work, just ask me. Thank you, Zuoling. Li Tong casually picked up a paper bag from the desk. To thank you, I'm treating you to breakfast. Zuoling sheepishly accepted the breakfast bag. When a woman takes the initiative to show favor to a man, her intentions are all too obvious. Li Tong must have fallen for him. Maybe she even moved here for him. Zuoling thought smugly to himself. During the lunch break, Li Tong went to talk with other female colleagues, while a few male colleagues surrounded Zuoling. Zuoling, you dog. You even tamed a beauty like Li Tong. Zuoling, share some tips with us. Exactly, you can't keep these tips to yourself. You have to share with us all so we can all win a beauty. Zuoling was very pleased inside, but he feigned humility. Actually, I didn't do much. Maybe I just happened to be the type Li Tong likes. Zuoling, you can't be serious. Are you still hiding something? Another colleague chimed in. Hey, do you guys know who Li Tong is? She's the factory manager's niece. The factory manager's niece? Zuoling looked at the colleague who spoke in surprise. Really? Although he knew there was some connection between Li Tong and the factory manager, he didn't know Li Tong was actually the niece of the factory manager. Their factory manager was in her 50s, still unmarried, without any children of her own. If Li Tong really was her niece, then she was almost like a daughter to her. After the factory manager passes away, the factory would belong to Li Tong. Of course it's true. I once saw Li Tong come out of the factory manager's office, calling her auntie. Now, isn't that proof enough that she is the niece? As soon as others heard that Li Tong was the manager's daughter, their expressions changed as well, their eyes revealing even more evident envy. Oh my God! Zuoling, you can't forget us when you make it big. Zuoling, you must have stepped in a fortune to be seen differently by the future factory manager. Zuoling, you've got to seize the opportunity, humor Li Tong well, and you could be the future factory manager. Everyone was saying their piece, and Zuoling was also extremely excited. Just like everyone said, if he really married Li Tong, then he wouldn't just be the son-in-law of the factory manager, he would be the future factory manager. In the future, the thousands of people in the factory would be under his command. He had to seize the opportunity that lay before him. It seemed that these days he needed to maintain a proper distance from Shang Guanxi. He couldn't let Li Tong find out anything. Shang Guanxi had clearly felt Zhuo Ling distancing himself from her these past days. During lunch, he wouldn't come to the cafeteria but ate in the office instead, and after work, he didn't wait for her anymore. What was wrong with him? Could it be because of the marriage matter he was angry? Shang Guanxi stood in front of the window, letting out a deep sigh, and just then, she was embraced from behind. Zhuo Ling! Shang Guanxi turned around in surprise, and the person was indeed Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling said, "Xiaoxi, we've been really busy in our department recently. I'm sorry I've neglected you." Li Tong had taken the day off and wasn't at the factory, so Zhuo Ling dared to be so bold. Moreover, he had been estranged from Shang Guanxi for such a long time. If the estrangement continued, what if Shang Guanxi was deceived by someone else? Besides, Zhuo Ling hadn't confirmed his relationship with Li Tong yet. He couldn't afford to give up the sesame for the sake of the watermelon, ending up seeing neither the watermelon nor the sesame. One must always be prepared for both possibilities. The gloom of several days instantly vanished with Zhuo Ling's explanation. Shang Guanxi smiled and said, "It's okay, work is important. I thought you were angry with me." In his heart, Zhuo Ling chuckled at how silly Shang Guanxi was, but sweetly said on the surface, "How could I be? Xiaoxi, you are the one I love the most. How could I be mad at you?" Shang Guanxi's face blushed a bit and she pushed Zhuo Ling away. "Don't be like this. I'm telling the truth." Zhuo Ling declared with conviction, "In my heart, no one is more important than you. Right, tomorrow is Saturday, let's go see a movie together. Before the movie, let's go out to eat first." Shang Guanxi nodded. "All right, I just so happen to have something to discuss with you this Saturday." Shang Guanxi didn't want to keep hiding it from Zhuo Ling any longer. She trusted Zhuo Ling. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about family background. The next day was Saturday. Zhuo Ling arrived early at the spot he had arranged with Shang Guanxi but found Li Tong there instead. This made Zhuo Ling anxious. What if Li Tong saw him with Shang Guanxi? No, he couldn't let Shang Guanxi come over now. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could put on a good show in front of Li Tong. Zhuo Ling quickly found a phone and called Shang Guanxi. "Hey, Xiaoxi, something came up today. My mom isn't feeling well, and I have to take her to the hospital, so I can't meet you. Sorry, let's go watch a movie next week instead." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanxi became very nervous. "Is Auntie okay? Which hospital are you at? I can come over and visit." As a girlfriend, she naturally had to visit when her boyfriend's mother was sick, bring some good nourishing gifts to make up for her previous rudeness, and also take the opportunity to foster a good mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Zhuo Ling continued, "Xiaoxi, it's not necessary to go through all that trouble. My mom, she doesn't have a serious problem. It's cold now, and there are many germs in the hospital. If my mom transferred her illness to you, then I'd be the guilty one. Just take good care of yourself at home for now. I have to go now, bye." Shang Guanxi wanted to say more, but the call had already been disconnected. He was in such a rush. But thinking that Zhuo Ling's intentions were for her own good, Shang Guanxi's heart grew sweet as honey. After hanging up, Shang Guanxi thought she shouldn't keep Zhuo Ling waiting any longer. She had to quickly get her family's approval for her marriage to Zhuo Ling. To win over her family, she had to first convince Grandma Shangguan. Once Grandma Shangguan gave her approval, nobody would dare to object. Thinking this way, Shang Guanxi brewed 2 cups of ginseng tea and headed to Grandma Shangguan's room. Since it was Saturday, Grandma Shangguan was sitting on the couch chatting with Shangguan Furong. "Grandma, Aunt Furong, this is the ginseng tea I've just made. Aren't you going out to have fun today, Xiaoxi?" Shangguan Furong asked with a smile. Shang Guanxi smiled. "I was planning to go see a movie with Zhuo Ling, but his mother suddenly got sick, so we cancelled today's date." Shangguan Furong took a sip of the ginseng tea. "Xiaoxi, are you and Zhuo Ling still dating?" "Yes," Shang Guanxi nodded. "This child is too stubborn. Everyone in the family says that Zhuo Ling isn't suitable, but she is set in her ways." Grandma Shangguan turned to Shangguan Furong. "Furong, do you know what Zhuo Ling proposed to Xiaoxi with?" Thinking of this, Grandma Shangguan's heart filled with indignation. She could rant about it to Shangguan Furong for days on end. Shangguan Furong responded with surprise, "My goodness! Zuoling has proposed?" "Yes, he did." Grandma Shangguan continued, "This scatterbrained niece of yours agreed too. Xiaoxi, bring out the engagement ring Zuoling gave you, let Aunt Furong have a look." Shangguan, she said exasperatedly, "Grandma, why do you still remember this? Didn't Zuoling already buy me bird's nest? Besides, he also gave me a watch later on." Shangguan Furong was confused. "Mom, Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Grandma Shangguan recounted the whole incident to Shangguan Furong. After understanding the full story, Shangguan Furong said, "Xiaoxi, your grandma is right, you are too naive. I think this Zuoling is trying to pull a fast one. But in the end, he still bought me bird's nest and a watch." Shangguan, she protested. "Xiaoxi, you are just too young," Shangguan Furong continued. "Marriage is a lifelong matter, how could you be so hasty in deciding? Besides, look at the young ladies around you, besides you, who is wearing a ring made of wild grass. From this, it's clear that Zuoling doesn't value you at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1044. It's Always Crazy Once, Part 4. Upon finishing her words, Shangguan Furong continued, "Moreover, I suspect that those birds' nests and watches weren't even bought by him. A man who can use wild grass to propose, what else can't he do? If the Zhou family couldn't afford a ring, that would be one thing, but money is certainly not an issue for them, which indicates that Zuoling doesn't really care about Shangguanxi. What kind of good life can you expect with a man who doesn't hold you in his heart? Little aunt, Zuoling really isn't like that, I've known him for 3 whole years. And I also feel that a ring is not practical, it just gets in the way when worn on the hand." Compared to that, she preferred birds' nests and watches. Shangguan Furong helplessly shook her head. "Xiaoxi, I think you're completely bewitched." Madame Shangguan picked up the conversation. "Xiaoxi, not only does your little aunt disagree with you being with Zuoling, but even your great aunt thinks that there's a big problem with Zuoling's character. The whole family opposed this marriage, and only Shangguanxi herself couldn't see the actual truth. Perhaps this is what it means to be blind when you're involved in the situation." Shangguanxi said very firmly, "I don't care. I just want to marry Zuoling." "I don't agree." Madame Shangguan was just as firm. "Xiaoxi, your mother passed away early, and I have a responsibility towards you. I can't just watch you jump into a pit of fire with my own eyes." "Grandma, please." Shangguanxi clung to Madame Shangguan's arm, nearly in tears. "Zuoling and I truly love each other. He's not a pit of fire. Please bless us." Madame Shangguan was no fool. She knew she couldn't afford to be soft-hearted at this time, because Zuoling was not a good man. At the side, Shangguan Furong tried to persuade Shangguanxi. "Xiaoxi, your grandmother is only thinking of your best interests. We won't speak of family backgrounds, but just consider Zuoling's character. He's not worthy of you. And besides, his family situation is too complicated, with 7 sisters. If you really marry him, you're going to regret it one day." Although Zuoling claimed that his family didn't favor boys over girls, Shangguan Furong felt he was lying. How could such a family not favor boys? "No, I won't regret it." Shangguanxi continued, "And there's no problem with Zuoling's character at all. Everything he does is for my sake. He has my best interests at heart." Shangguan Furong shook her head helplessly. "Grandma, I beg you, I've never asked you for anything from when I was small until now. This is the first time, please agree, will you? All those in love are the same, they long to be with the one they love and pray for their family's blessing. The so-called feelings of happiness and sweetness fill their hearts completely, making them deaf and blind to everything else. They focus solely on being with their loved one, unafraid of even a future of hardship and darkness. Shangguanxi was a prime example. She was someone who would disregard everything for love. In life, you have to be crazy at least once. Madame Shangguan understood Shangguanxi's nature well. If she were to refuse outright, she feared that Shangguanxi might do something extreme. She sighed and said, Xiaoxi, let me think about it. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Shangguanzai's eyes. Grandma, do you agree? Madame Shangguan said, I can't give you an answer just yet whether I agree or not. I'll let you know when I've made up my mind. As long as Madame Shangguan was willing to compromise, it meant there was still hope for the matter. Shangguan, she said with a smile, then, Grandma, you must think it over. Zuoling really is an outstanding grandson-in-law. You'll never regret marrying him. All right, Madame Shangguan waved her hand. Go on out, I have some things to discuss with your little aunt. As she spoke, Shangguan, she turned and walked out. I'll go then. Whenever you're ready, Grandma, just let me know. After Shangguan she had left, Madame Shangguan sighed. This child, Xiaoxi, is really becoming more and more like her mother. Su Fun back then was even crazier than Shangguan Shi. They were both people who would do anything for love. Shangguan Furong nodded and sighed. Yes, Xiaoxi has grown up so fast, but some things feel like they only happened yesterday. As she spoke, Shangguan Furong's tone changed as she continued. But Mom, do you really plan on agreeing to Xiaoxi and Zuoling being together? Do you think I, as her grandmother, could just watch her jump into a pit of fire? Madame Shangguan retorted. Is this a delaying tactic? Shangguan Furong asked. Madame Shangguan nodded. Xiaoxi can be quite extreme sometimes. If I didn't say it this way, I'm afraid she would do something earth-shattering. Shangguan Furong sighed softly, but this can't continue forever. You can't keep dragging it out, can you? Madame Shangguan looked up at the window. Let's wait until Yang Yang comes back tonight, then I'll discuss it with her. That child is the cleverest when it comes to ideas. Later that night, when Ni Yang came back, Madame Shangguan eagerly pulled Ni Yang into her room to talk about Shangguanzai's situation. Upon hearing it all, Ni Yang said with a smile, Grandma, you don't need to worry about this matter. I believe that in a few days, Sister Xiaoxi will break up with Zuoling on her own. Really? Lady Shangguan couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at Ni Yang. Ni Yang nodded slightly. Really? Yang, do you know something? Or did you do something? Lady Shangguan asked out of curiosity. Ni Yang responded with a mysterious smile. It was just a little trick. Ni Yang trusted herself, and she trusted Li Tong. Hearing this, Lady Shangguan instantly felt relieved and said with a smile, with your words, I can rest easy. The next day was Sunday, and Ni Zuihua and Shangguan Dui went to the orphanage as usual. Time flew by, and another week passed. That week, Zuoling was still incredibly busy, so busy that he barely had the time to see Shangguan Shi. Today was an exception. Zuoling, afraid that Shangguan Shi might suspect something, said first, Xiaoxi, have you and your family discussed our marriage? Upon mentioning this, Shangguan Shi looked at Zuoling with a face full of guilt. I'm so sorry, Zuoling, for making you wait so long. I've already talked to my grandmother, but she hasn't given me an answer yet. Zuoling took Shangguanzai's hands and spoke tenderly. It's okay, Xiaoxi, I understand you, and I can wait for you. On closer inspection, Shangguan Shi was actually even more beautiful than Li Tong. But Li Tong was better at dressing up. Each had their own merits, and if possible, Zuoling truly wished he could have them both. Unfortunately, that was not possible. If only Shangguan Shi had a background like Li Tong. Then he would definitely choose Shangguan Shi. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Shangguan Shi was just a country girl. Zuoling no longer wanted to play act with Shangguan Shi, especially since Li Tong was now more important, but he had already wasted a full 3 years on Shangguan Shi and recently even gave her bird's nest and a watch. These gifts couldn't just be for nothing, and those 3 years couldn't have been wasted. So, he wanted to extract some interest from Shangguan Shi. Of course, by sleeping with Shangguan Shi. During their years together, aside from occasionally holding hands, they hadn't even shared a kiss. Zuoling's calculating mind was working overtime, but Shangguan Shi was completely unaware that she had become prey in Zuoling's trap. Xiaoxi, do you have time this Saturday? Yes, Shangguan Shi nodded. Zuoling followed up. Then let's meet at the cafe under the blossom on Saturday. Okay, Zuoling, don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer on Saturday, and on that day, I also have a long-hidden secret to tell you. This secret was something Xianxia had intended to reveal to Zuoling the previous week, but it was postponed due to his mother falling ill. Ordinarily, Zuoling would have been curious about Xianxuan's secret, but today he was not curious at all. The person he wanted to marry wasn't Xianxia, so naturally, he had no interest in her secrets. In fact, if Zuoling had asked now, Xianxia would have told him about the issue with her family background, because she felt guilty towards Zuoling. Unfortunately, Zuoling didn't ask. It didn't matter if he didn't ask, she would personally come clean on Saturday. After exchanging a few words with Xianxia, Zuoling returned to his office. As soon as he had settled into his seat, Li Tong leaned over to ask him a question. Zuoling could distinctly smell the fragrance of Li Tong's perfume, and it immediately stirred his desires. When he returned home in the evening, his mother came to him again, speaking ill of Xianxia. She hoped her son would give up on Xianxia and marry Chen Liebao. Zuoling said with a smile, "Mom, I think you're right, Xianxia really isn't my match." "Oh my dear son, you've finally come to your senses." His mother said excitedly, "Then tomorrow I will go to the Liebao family and settle things between you and Liebao." Zuoling continued, "Chen Liebao isn't my match either. Mom, you're underestimating your son. Compared to Li Tong, what was Chen Liebao worth? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1045. Everything is under control. Fifth watch. Zuo's mother was flustered. It was normal for Xianxia not to match Zuoling, but why now did Chen Liebao also not suit him? "Lingling, could it be that you're dating someone new?" Zuoling shook his head. "Mom, do you know who is pursuing me now?" Although Li Tong hadn't explicitly pursued him, she had always been showing him goodwill and even moved to the same office as him. Wasn't that pursuing him? "Who?" Zuo's mother asked. Zuoling proudly said, "Our factory manager's niece." "The factory manager's niece?" Upon hearing this, both Zuo's father and mother widened their eyes in surprise. My goodness! Their son was too impressive. He was even getting chased by the factory manager's niece. Zuoling continued, "Also, our factory manager's situation is quite special. She's over 50 this year, never married, and has no children. When she gets older, the factory will definitely go to her niece." Before Zuoling could finish, Zuo's mother impatiently said, "My goodness! Lingling, then you'll be the big boss of the factory in the future." Zuo's father equally excitedly said, "I always knew our Lingling was capable." Zuoling nodded smugly. The entire Morning Light group would be his in the future, how could he not be proud? At this moment, Zuoling was also feeling lucky. Thankfully, he hadn't married Xianxia. If he had, wouldn't he have missed out on Li Tong and the position as factory manager? Zuo's mother then asked, "So, have you broken up with Xianxia yet?" Zuoling shook his head, "I haven't had the chance to break up yet. I plan to clarify things with her this week." Zuo's mother said, "Don't wait for this week, just clear it up tomorrow. And remember, make her return the bird's nest and the watch. If she refuses, I'll go to her myself." Zuoling continued, "Mom, don't worry, I know how to handle it." Zuo's mother then asked, "What's the name of your factory manager's niece? How old is she this year?" Zuoling said, "Her name is Li Tong. She's very beautiful, just a few years older than me." Had this been in the past, Zuo's mother definitely would not have approved. Joking aside, her son was so outstanding, how could he settle for an older wife? But now, in the face of money and background, none of these were problems. As the saying goes, an older woman brings gold bricks, the older the better. Zuo's father nodded in agreement. "I think what your mother is saying is quite right, Lingling. You can't disdain her." Zuoling smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I absolutely won't disdain her." Zuo's mother continued, "Yesterday, Liebao brought more bird's nest and ginseng. Mom will use a beautiful box to package it, you take it to Li Tong." Zuoling said, "Mom, now that I'm going to be with Li Tong, please don't let Chen Liebao come to our house anymore. What if Li Tong misunderstands?" Besides, now just seeing Chen Liebao was revolting. Zuo's mother said, "That won't do. If Liebao stops coming, who will bring bird's nest and ginseng to our house? Who will buy your clothes? Once you and Li Tong's relationship is confirmed, only then can I clarify things with Liebao." Zuo's mother was no fool. How could she sever ties with the Chen family while things were still uncertain? You know, half of the Zuo family's sustenance was provided by Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao could be considered a money tree for the Zuo family. Now it was perfect to use Chen Leibao's gifts to support Li Tong. Zuo's mother's abacus clicked very loudly. Everything was within her calculations. Concluding her words, Zuo's mother continued, "Lingling, keep up the effort on your end, try to win over Li Tong as soon as possible, preferably make it a done deal, so she can't leave you. Only then can I comfortably reject Liebao." "Okay, Mom," Zuoling nodded. On the other side, as Saturday was quickly approaching, Xianxia found her grandmother. "Grandma, have you finally decided about me and Zuoling?" She was truly very anxious. This time, she didn't want to disappoint Zuoling again. She wanted to give an explanation both to herself and to Zuoling. Grandmother Xianxia said, "Marriage is a lifetime affair. Xiaoxi, what's the rush? I still need to think it over." Xianxia speechlessly said, "But you've been thinking for more than a week." Grandmother Xianxia chuckled, "All good things take time, don't be anxious, Xiaoxi." These words were instructed by Ni Yang to say. Ni Yang's exact words were that within this week, Xianxia would definitely have a change of heart and see Zuoling's true face. All she needed to do was to keep delaying Xianxia. Xianxia knew that her grandmother was intentionally dragging out the time. She might as well not say too much to the elderly Mrs. Xianxia. After all, no matter how much she said, they would never approve of her relationship with Zuoling. It seemed she had to resort to desperate measures now. That very night, Xianxia sneaked into the study room and managed to get a hold of the family household registration book. She planned to confess her true family circumstances to Zuoling on Saturday and, while at it, register their marriage. Once it's done, let's see what everyone has to say then. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was Saturday. Dressed and ready, Xianxia headed out to her appointment. But strangely, when she arrived at the cafe under the flowers, she did not find Zuoling there. Normally, he would arrive more than an hour early. Could something have held him up? Xianxia randomly picked a seat and sat down, and right then, a waiter approached her. "Excuse me, are you Miss Xianxia?" Xianxia nodded. The waiter handed her a note. "This was left for you by a Mr. Zuo." Upon reading the note, she found that Zuoling actually had arrived earlier, but had to cancel their meeting due to an unforeseen emergency. Xianxia sighed in disappointment. She had even planned a surprise for Zuoling. Such unexpected turns of fate. It looked like they wouldn't be able to register their marriage today, and she wasn't even sure if Zuoling would be available tomorrow. With a gloomy face, Xianxia left the cafe, her good mood from the morning completely gone. Having wandered aimlessly around the streets for several laps, she was just about to head home when a car suddenly stopped in front of her. The car window slowly rolled down to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. It was Ni Yang. Yang. Xianxia looked at Ni Yang in surprise. During the car ride, the two chatted and decided to head to the biggest mall in Beijing. The mall was bustling, filled with the festive spirit as the new year approached. "Yang, what kind of clothes do you want to buy?" asked Xianxia, linking arms with Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked around, definitely a Chong Sam. Chong Sams were versatile. They could be paired beautifully with long down jackets or long wool coats. Xianxia said with a smile, "I envy you. You can wear a Chong Sam anytime." She too wished to wear Chong Sams, but she didn't think she had the figure for it. Chong Sams were extremely picky, not just in terms of facial appearance but also body type, especially the latter. Even the slightest flaw could be accentuated. Yang. Another voice echoed through the air. Ni Yang looked up to see it was Du Jiao, Sister Jiao. "Hey pretty Xiaoxi, shopping for clothes too?" Du Jiao came over with a smile. Ni Yang nodded. "Yes, Sister Jiao, are you also here to shop? Why don't we shop together?" "Of course, I was just about to say that." Their jovial conversation caught the eye of Wu Yanyun, who was also there to shop. Normally, she would have greeted Du Jiaojiao, but with Ni Yang present, she chose to ignore Du Jiaojiao. From Du Jiaojiao's perspective, she could detect Wu Yanyun's evasive gaze. "Pretty lady, what's going on with you and Yanyun?" Ah. Ni Yang was taken aback. She had never discussed matters concerning Wu Yanyun with anyone, so how could Du Jiaojiao know about it? Du Jiaojiao recounted an incident where Wu Yanyun had spoken ill of Ni Yang behind her back. Hearing this, Shengguanxi covered her mouth in shock. Oh my! How could Yanyun do something like that? Even Ni Yang didn't expect Wu Yanyun to stoop to such mean-spirited actions. It seemed she really despised her to the marrow. Du Jiaojiao continued, "And just now, she clearly saw us but didn't come over to greet us. That's really odd. Pretty lady, what's really going on between you and Yanyun?" Du Jiaojiao was extremely curious. Ni Yang's eyes remained calm. "It's complicated and can't be explained in just a sentence or two. Actually, Yanyun is my younger sister, blood-related. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1046, Scumbag Exposes True Colors, Awakening, 6th Update. Facts were facts, and Ni Yang did not want to conceal anything. Du Jiaojiao looked at Ni Yang in surprise. No wonder I always thought you two looked a bit alike." Although Wu Yanyun did slightly resemble Ni Yang, her features were not as stunning. Beauty lies in the skin as well as in the bones. Compared to Ni Yang, Wu Yanyun lacked a lot of natural charisma. Wu Yanyun was the gentle lady locked in the boudoir, while Ni Yang was indeed the world-conquering beauty in brilliant attire. These two, fundamentally, couldn't even be compared. Ni Yang just smiled. When Du Jiaojiao learned that Ni Yang had saved old Master Du, she thoroughly investigated Ni Yang's background. She knew about Ni Yang's life experiences. She also knew Ni Yang had 3 sisters who were abandoned due to the preference for a male child. "Does Yanyun know she is your sister?" Du Jiaojiao continued to ask. Ni Yang nodded. "She knows." Du Jiaojiao then said, "Is she blaming your grandmother for abandoning her and that's why she bears a grudge against you?" "Maybe." Ni Yang's tone was indifferent. "She blames me and my mother for not protecting her." Du Jiaojiao frowned slightly. "It's understandable that she blames your aunt, but if she also resents you, then that's unreasonable. How old were you at that time? What could you have done?" Ni Yang was also just a child at that time. She probably had only just started to walk steadily. How could she have stopped Grandma Mu from throwing away the children? Ni Yang just smiled silently. Du Jiaojiao continued, "Have you explained it to her?" "I have," Ni Yang shrugged, "but she wouldn't listen." Not only did she not listen, but she also saw Ni Yang as a completely wicked villain. Fortunately, Ni Yang was rather open-minded and didn't mind these issues. If it were someone else, Wu Yanyun's heartless words could probably kill them with frustration. Du Jiaojiao sighed. Every family has its own troubles. Alright, let's not talk too much about this. Let's go over there and take a look. Ni Yang nodded, took Shengguanzai's hand, and followed Du Jiaojiao's steps. After the 3 of them left, Wu Yanyun emerged from behind the cover. She had a hunch. They were just discussing her. Ni Yang must have spoken ill of her to Du Jiaojiao. Stirring up trouble, reversing right and wrong. Perhaps by now, she's already a villain who cannot discern good from evil in Du Jiaojiao's eyes. It was so unbearable. Why should Ni Yang malign her behind her back? Wu Yanyun bit her lip hard, her face full of resentment. Yet now, aside from feeling aggrieved, she had no other option. Ni Yang was too shrewd, winning hearts effortlessly. Even if she rushed to explain, Du Jiaojiao wouldn't believe her. In front of Ni Yang, she had no choice but to accept her fate. But she didn't want to. Ni Yang didn't have as much drama as Wu Yanyun. During the dress fitting, her pager beeped. Seeing the message on the pager, Ni Yang's mouth curved slightly, and she turned her head to call Shengguanxi, Sister Xiaoxi. Shengguanxi was busy picking out clothes for Zueling. Hearing Ni Yang calling her, she turned her head towards Ni Yang. Yang, what's the matter? And Yang continued, Sister Xiaoxi, I suddenly feel like drinking Dubai pear juice. Could you buy me a bottle? I've walked too much today, I really can't walk anymore, and they sell it right over there. Xianxia nodded. Sure, Sister Jiao Jiao, would you like one too? They'll get you one. Du Jiao Jiao smiled and said, That would be kind of you, Xiaoxi. You're welcome. With that, Xianxia picking up her bag, walked in that direction. The moment Xianxia left, Wu Chenjun arrived. Yang, what did you want to see me for? And Yang smiled and said, Let me introduce you to my good friend Du Jiao Jiao. Sister Jiao Jiao, this is my sister's admirer, Wu Chenjun. On hearing this, Wu Chenjun's face flashed an awkward expression. He had never shown any irregular behavior in front of Yang, and he didn't know how Yang had figured it out. Truly impressive. No wonder Xianxia liked her little sister so much. Yang turned her gaze to Wu Chenjun. Brother Wu, do you like Sister Xiaoxi? Yes. Yang was somewhat impressed by Wu Chenjun's courage to admit it publicly. It seemed that the elders in his family had not misjudged him. Wu Chenjun was indeed someone to whom one could entrust their life. Yang nodded and smiled. So, would you like an opportunity to make a move now when she's vulnerable? Ah. Wu Chenjun was stunned, not immediately grasping Yang's meaning. Yang pointed in a direction. Sister Xiaoxi went over there. You can go find her. Whether you can win Sister Xiaoxi's heart during this opportunity is up to you. Now Wu Chenjun understood. Yang was trying to matchmake him with Xianxia. Thank you. Wu Chenjun seriously said his thanks and then strode in that direction. If this worked out, he would definitely thank Yang properly. Du Jiao Jiao came over and nudged Yang's arm. Beauty, what kind of potion are you selling in your gourd? Yang smiled and said, Probably matchmaking potion. She genuinely hoped that Xianxia would find true happiness that belonged to her this time. As Xianxia walked along, she suddenly saw a very familiar figure. That was Zuoling? Xianxia was stunned. Wasn't Zuoling supposed to be busy with something? Why was he here? And the woman standing next to Zuoling looked somewhat familiar. Was that Li Tong? Working in the same department, Xianxia had some impression of Li Tong. Why was Zuoling with Li Tong? Just as Xianxia was about to approach Zuoling, at that moment, Zuoling suddenly took Li Tong's hand. He took Li Tong's hand. Xianxia froze, her footsteps halting. What was happening? Just then, she heard Zuoling continue, Tongting, I like you. I've liked you for a long time. What? Xianxuan's face turned pale, her blood running cold at that moment. Was she hallucinating? Li Tong curved her lips into a smile, her gaze passing Zuoling and looking towards Xianxia across from them. You like me? Isn't Xianxia your girlfriend? You have a girlfriend, how can you say such things to me? Aren't you afraid Xianxia will hear and get angry? Zuoling was stunned. He hadn't expected Li Tong to know about his and Xianxuan's relationship. But Zuoling quickly recovered, his expression filled with affection. Xianxia? What is Xianxia? She doesn't even compare to your little finger, Tong Tong. The person I like is you. I want to be with you. Could you give me a chance? Li Tong raised her eyebrows. You shouldn't say that. You've been with Xianxia for 3 years. If you don't like her, how could you endure her for 3 years? Tong Tong, listen to me, I really don't like Xianxia at all. I don't feel anything for her. The only reason I've endured her for 3 years is because she kept pestering me relentlessly. I was driven to a corner, that's why I reluctantly agreed to her. Otherwise, how could a country bumpkin like Xianxia ever match up to me? Pestering relentlessly? So she was just a persistently annoying country bumpkin. That's just ludicrous. Xianxia never imagined that one day, she would hear such disheartening words about herself from Zuoling. Tears blurred Xianxuan's sight unknowingly. Li Tong continued, I don't see Xianxia as that kind of person. How can you prove what you're saying is true? Zuoling immediately held up 3 fingers. I can swear to the heavens. Li Tong laughed. If swearing were effective, then there wouldn't be so many heartbreakers in this world. How do I know you're not lying to me? Besides, I heard you've already proposed to Xianxia. This Li Tong was indeed the factory director's niece. She had quite the intelligence network. She even knew about that. At times like this, instead of denying everything, it might be better to just admit it openly. Perhaps Li Tong might even admire him more for it. Zuoling said, "Actually, the proposal wasn't really my intention. I just wanted to placate her. Otherwise I wouldn't have come without even preparing a ring." "Tong Tong, you know what? I just took a ring made of wild grass." She still agreed. "Can you believe it? Shangguan, she must be a fool." "Ha." Li Tong chuckled. "Then she really is a fool." Shangguan, she treated Zuoling like a treasure, but in his eyes, she was even less than grass. What else is that if not foolishness? Hearing this, Shangguan, she could no longer bear it, and turned around and walked away. She was too heartbroken, not even watching where she was going, and bumped directly into a wall of people, her tears instantly staining the person's clothes. "What's wrong, Shangguan Xiaoxi? Who bullied you?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047, Confession, Part 7. Hearing the familiar voice, Shangguan, she couldn't control herself anymore and hugged his waist directly. She burst into a loud cry. The feeling was like that of a child who had been wronged, suddenly seeing an adult from home. All the grievances were infinitely magnified at that moment. Wu Chenjun froze, not knowing what to do. He said, "Tell me, who bullied you? They'll go get revenge for you." Not only did Shangguan she not answer Wu Chenjun, but she cried even louder. There weren't many reasons that could make Shangguan she cry so heartbroken. It must be because of some pretty-faced boy. With slightly furrowed brows, Wu Chenjun looked up ahead. Sure enough, he saw Zuoling not far away, laughing and chatting with another woman. This pretty-faced boy, having Shangguan she so good and not cherishing her, actually went to flirt with other women. Wu Chenjun's eyes filled with anger. "Is it Zuoling, that pretty-faced boy who bullied you? Wait, they'll go beat him up right now." Daring to bully Shangguan shi. He doesn't see whose woman Shangguan shi is. Wu Chenjun released Shangguan shi and strode over towards Zuoling. "Don't go." Shangguan shi reached out and grabbed Wu Chenjun's hand. Wu Chenjun could easily have brushed off Shangguan's hand. But he just couldn't. His hand felt electrified, tingling all over. "Don't go." Shangguan she choked up. "Could you take me away from here?" She didn't want to face Zuoling, nor did she want Zuoling to see her in such a sorry state. She just wanted to leave this place immediately. "Okay." Wu Chenjun gripped Shangguan's hand firmly, shielding her in his arms and using his suit jacket to cover her face, striding toward the exit. Passers-by looked on curiously, but none saw Shangguan's discomposure. Wu Chenjun escorted Shangguan shi to the car. "Where do you want to go?" Shangguan shi shook her head. "I don't know." Zuoling was her first love, and the one she wanted to marry ideally. The sudden turn of events made her feel as if her world had collapsed. The whole world turned dark. Wu Chenjun reached out and ruffled Shangguan's hair. "It's just a man, isn't it? Shangguan Xiaoxi, are you that frail? I remember the old you wasn't like this." Shangguan she glared at Wu Chenjun, her voice still thick with tears. "What do you know? You've never been in love." "How do you know I've never been in love?" Wu Chenjun countered. Shangguan she was taken aback. Have you?" It made sense after all. Wu Chenjun had been abroad for so many years. How could he have never been in love? Wu Chenjun smiled and handed Shangguan shi a tissue. "Want to wipe your tears? You're stronger than me. At least you once had love, while I never even had that." There was a trace of forlornness in the depths of Wu Chenjun's eyes. Shangguan she casually wiped her eyes. What do you mean?" Wu Chenjun fell silent. "I mean, it's about being secretly in love. Shangguan Xiaoxi, after all these years, how can you still be as clueless as before?" His remark was ambiguous. Everyone around him could see that he liked Shangguan shi, except for Shangguan shi herself. In fact, Shangguan shi really hadn't noticed. You have someone you secretly like?" Wu Chenjun was handsome, well-educated, from a good family, and had studied abroad. Shangguan she thought he surely wouldn't lack girlfriends. It was unimaginable that Wu Chenjun had someone he secretly admired. Truly incredible. Wu Chenjun said with a smile, "You can have a boyfriend, why can't I have someone I secretly admire?" Shang Guanxi sniffled. I didn't mean that. My point is your standards are so high, what kind of girl wouldn't be satisfied with you? Wu Chenjun sighed. I also want to ask her what she doesn't like about me, so I can change. Unfortunately, she doesn't even want to give me a chance to change. Shang Guanxi sighed too. Wu Chenjun, you are so pitiful. Compared to her, Wu Chenjun indeed seemed to be a lot more pitiful. This comparison made Shang Guanxi feel a bit more balanced in her heart. It seems that in this world she wasn't the only pitiful person. So pitiful, does it make you feel a little better? Wu Chenjun turned his head to look at Shang Guanxi. Shang Guanxi paused for a moment, then said, Wu Chenjun, you're not making up this story just to comfort me, are you? Do I look like that great of a person? Wu Chenjun retorted. Not really. Wu Chenjun continued, I'm serious. Do you want me to go beat up that pretty boy? There's no need. Shang Guanxi shook her head. Wu Chenjun frowned slightly. You still have illusions about him? That made sense. 3 years of a relationship was not something you could let go of just because you said so. A mysterious expression surfaced in the depths of Wu Chenjun's eyes. It felt like he was a little short of breath. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanxi immediately denied. How could that be possible? I'm not an idiot. After all Zhuo Ling has done, why would I still harbor any illusions about him? Why wouldn't you let me beat him up then? Wu Chenjun countered. Shang Guanxi said, because I'm afraid he'll dirty your hands. For a scumbag like him, it's not worth it at all. Shang Guanxi had a clear sense of love and hate. At this point, she had completely given up on Zhuo Ling. Her family was right. A person with character issues like Zhuo Ling simply didn't deserve her. She deserved better. Now, she regretted not listening to her family earlier and leaving Zhuo Ling sooner. At the same time, Shang Guanxi was also thankful that she had uncovered Zhuo Ling's true colors early. If she had found out after getting married, it wouldn't have ended well. Thinking back, she realized how foolish she had been. To be deceived by Zhuo Ling so completely, she should have realized long ago that Zhuo Ling had ill intentions. Wu Chenjun's eyes lit up as if he had come back to life. Are you speaking truthfully? Shang Guanxi nodded. Of course it's true. Wu Chenjun then said, if it's the truth, then why are you crying? 3 years, I wasted 3 years with him. My heart isn't made of stone, how could I not have any reaction? That was the prime of her youth. Wasting 3 precious years on a scumbag like Zhuo Ling, how could Shang Guanxi not feel upset? Wu Chenjun was still a bit worried. What if he turned over a new leaf? Would you forgive him? No. Shang Guanxi said firmly. A scumbag is a scumbag. Even if he's reborn, as long as he's still Zhuo Ling, I will never forgive him. A smile slowly appeared on Wu Chenjun's lips. Really? Happiness came so unexpectedly, he couldn't believe it. What should he do? Of course it's true. Shang Guanxi affirmed resolutely. Having known Shang Guanxi for so many years, Wu Chenjun knew well that she was a woman of her word. Since Shang Guanxi was so certain, she definitely wouldn't rekindle the past flame. That meant his chance had arrived. Wu Chenjun started the car. Shall I take you home now? Shang Guanxi shook her head. I don't want to go home right now. Wu-Lao-san, let's go for a drink? Can we go to Blue Night Bar? No matter the era, there's never a shortage of nightlife. By 85, Beijing already had several bars. Wu Chenjun thought for a moment. Are you sure you want to go to the bar? Shang Guanxi nodded. I've never been to a bar my entire life. Can you take me just this once? Wu Chenjun hesitated, then nodded. All right. Bars in the 80s were a bit different from those in later years. Bars of later times were glitzy and extravagant. At present, bars were simply places for drinking, not only orderly but also quite elegant, open even during the day. Shang Guanxi ordered 2 pitchers of beer in one go. At first, it was fine, but after a couple of glasses, she started crying while drinking. Usually prim and proper, Shang Guanxi became a different person when drunk, hugging Wu Chenjun and cursing out Zhueling. Wu Chenjun just played along with her antics and joined in the cursing. Meanwhile, Ni Yang and Du Jiaojiao were still picking out clothes. Du Jiaojiao was a shopping guru, and in no time, she was carrying 7 or 8 bags. Ni Yang also selected a cheongsam for herself, along with a coat and a down jacket, and bought a set for each of the 3 elders, her parents, and little Ni Yun at home. The beauty, Xiaoxi, hasn't returned yet. Are you sure she's all right? Du Jiaojiao was a little worried about Shangguanxi. She has Wu Chenjun with her, she'll be fine. Wu Chenjun grew up with Shangguanxi since childhood, and he was a gentleman. Ni Yang wasn't worried about Shangguanxi at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048. Grandpa Du is furious. Do you no longer wish to live? 8 updates. Du Jiaojiao nodded her head. It's getting late, let's go for dinner. Sure. After all, Ni Yang's task was already fulfilled. This way. Du Jiaojiao linked her arm with Ni Yang's. Ni Yang pointed in another direction. That way seems to be closer. Du Jiaojiao said, my younger brother is waiting for me over here. Is your big brother here too? Du Jiaojiao said, he originally didn't want to come, but since he hasn't left the house for several days and I find shopping by myself too boring, I dragged him along. In reality, having the eldest Du around was the same as not having him around, because he hardly walked a few steps with Du Jiaojiao. There was a rest area inside the department store. With the new year approaching, the area was filled with people. Yet Wu Yinyun spotted Elder Du at a glance. He was sitting amidst the crowd, with one hand holding Buddhist scripture, the other turning a page. His pale palm was adorned with Buddha beads that, maybe due to being worn for a long time, were smooth to the point of shining like bright night pearls, dazzling under the light. Wu Yinyun was momentarily startled, then turned to look at her reflection in the mirror. Today she was wearing a white down jacket and small leather shoes, her hair was tidy, her face was clean, and after some time spent on self-care, the sickly and gaunt Wu Yinyun of the past was gone. Now, reflecting off the glass was a completely transformed Wu Yinyun. She and Ni Yang were blood sisters, and she didn't think she was much less attractive than Ni Yang at this point. So now, Wu Yinyun had enough confidence to greet Elder Du. Wu Yinyun turned slightly, preparing to walk over to Elder Du, but at that moment, she froze. Because someone had beaten her to it. It was Ni Yang. It was her. Was she doing it on purpose? A layer of anger surfaced in the depths of Wu Yinyun's eyes. Doesn't Ni Yang already have a boyfriend? Why does she always crowd around Elder Du? Does she really think of herself as some kind of fairy, that all the men in the world have to like her? Wu Yinyun clenched her fists so hard her face turned white with rage. Over here. Du Jiaojiao, still arm in arm with Ni Yang, said, I'm going to have dinner with the great beauty. Are you coming? 2 girls going to eat together. If there was any private talk, having a man like him around was inappropriate anyway. Elder Du raised his eyes slightly. I'm not hungry, you 2 go ahead. Are you sure you're not going? Du Jiaojiao asked. Elder Du shook his head. No, I'm not going. All right then. Du Jiaojiao didn't press further. Well, the beauty and I are leaving. Go ahead. After saying this, Elder Du added, by the way, where are you going to eat? I'll have the driver come pick you up later. Ni Yang said, no need to trouble yourself, I'll take Sister Jiaojiao back after we eat. Elder Du didn't stand on ceremony either. Watching Ni Yang and Du Jiaojiao leave, color finally returned to Wu Yinyun's face as she trotted over to Elder Du. Mr. Du, Elder Du frowned slightly, and you are. He had always had a poor memory for people who were irrelevant to him. At his words, Wu Yinyun felt a moment of dejection. She had met Elder Du several times already, yet he still didn't remember her. Was she really that unremarkable? I am Wu Yinyun, she said. Oh, having been reminded, Elder Du seemed to recall, you're Ni Yang's younger sister. Elder Du couldn't remember Wu Yinyun's face, but he did remember her name, because Ni Yang had mentioned it more than once in front of him. Ni Yang's younger sister? Wu Yinyun lightly bit her lip as a surge of indignation rose within her. In Elder Dust's mind, was she merely the existence of Ni Yang's younger sister? She wasn't Ni Yang's younger sister. Nor was she an accessory to anyone else. She was herself. She was Wu Yinyun. This time, she was determined to make Elder Du remember her clearly. I'm not Ni Yang's younger sister. That kind of person doesn't have the right to be my sister. Du Grandpa slightly frowned, a surge of nameless anger suddenly rising in his heart, but his face remained as gentle as ever as he sized up Wu Yinyun with a cool tone. Ugliness breeds mischief. Ugliness breeds mischief? In an instant, Wu Yinyun was stunned. Du Grandpa's words felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her face, leaving her humiliated and furious. She had never imagined that Du Grandpa would say such a thing to her. Shouldn't Du Grandpa be asking her why she said those things about Ni Yang? Wu Yinyun had even prepared her defense in her mind. If Du Grandpa asked her, she would expose the Ni family's contemptible acts of gender preference. Let everyone know Ni Yang and the Ni family's deeds. Then see if Ni Yang would still have the face to appear before Du Grandpa. But he didn't. Not only did Du Grandpa not ask anything, but he also uttered hurtful words without the slightest concern for her dignity. However, judging by Du Grandpa's demeanor, she knew him not to be a man who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Could it be that Ni Yang had poisoned Du Grandpa's mind against her? It must be so. Previously, Du Grandpa had been very polite to her, and if Ni Yang hadn't said anything, Du Grandpa would not have suddenly turned like this. What on earth did Ni Yang want? She was the victim, the child who had been abandoned, and she had hardly done anything till now, but Ni Yang wouldn't let her go. No, she couldn't let Du Grandpa misunderstand her any longer. Chasing after Du Grandpa, Wu Yinyun stepped outside. Mr. Du, Mr. Du. Wu Yinyun grabbed the hem of Du Grandpa's long robe. Respect yourself. Du Grandpa flung Wu Yinyun's hand away. Unprepared and on the slippery snowy road, Wu Yinyun tumbled to the ground. Quite embarrassingly. But Wu Yinyun couldn't care about that now. She just wanted to expose Ni Yang's true face to Du Grandpa. Mr. Du, you must not be deceived by Ni Yang. She's a person with double standards. I am her biological sister, born from the same mother, yet because they favored boys over girls, they abandoned me. Later, when Ni Yang knew for sure I was her sister, she hid it on purpose for fear I would take the Ni family's property. And moreover, she deliberately appeared before you. She wanted to seduce you. Yet she already. Just then, Wu Yinyun's voice suddenly got stuck in her throat, as if someone had pressed pause. Because Du Grandpa's hand suddenly gripped Wu Yinyun's jaw, tightening progressively while his slender knuckles turned white. The force was so great that pain twisted Wu Yinyun's facial features. Do you want to die? Although he was a follower of Buddhism, at this moment he was enshrouded in a sinister aura, instilling a deep fear from the bones. Too terrifying. Having known Du Grandpa for so long, Wu Yinyun had never realized he had this side to him. Just when Wu Yinyun felt she was about to die, Du Grandpa gradually released his grip. Wu Yinyun watched Du Grandpa's fading back in a daze, gasping for air. After a long while, Wu Yinyun got up from the ground and walked home. Once home, Wu Yinyun hid in her room under the blanket and sobbed her heart out. It wasn't until dinner time that Wu Yinyun came out of her room. Yen Erju was startled to see Wu Yinyun's spiritless appearance. Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? You're so pale. Are you feeling unwell? Wu Yinyun shook her head. Mom, I'm fine, just have a bit of a headache. Maybe I caught a cold while wandering the mall this afternoon. Yen Erju followed up. Let's go to the hospital and have a look. No need, you'll be fine after eating and getting some sleep. Yen Erju frowned. If you're not feeling well, you must tell us. Okay, Wu Yinyun nodded. After Wu Jinshu returned home, Yen Erju told him about Wu Yinyun feeling unwell. Wu Jinshu worriedly suggested, shall we go check on Yinyun now? A headache is no joke. Okay. The couple approached Wu Yinyun's bedroom door and knocked for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Fearing that Wu Yinyun might be in trouble, they found a key and opened the door. They saw Wu Yinyun lying on the bed, her face abnormally red, lips covered with layers of white film. Yan Erju touched Wu Yanyan's head and exclaimed, "My God! She's burning up. Yenyun is running a fever." Wu Jinshu said, "I'll go and get the bicycle ready, you help Yenyun put on a coat, and let's rush her to the hospital." All right. As the Wu family's house was ideally located close to the hospital, the couple pushed the bike and in about 20 minutes, they had taken Wu Yenyun to the hospital. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049. Break up with the scumbag. 9 more. After the doctor's examination, it turned out to be a viral cold, nothing serious. A couple of 4 saline drips and some medicine would do the trick. Hearing this, Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, after drinking, Shangguan Shi and Wu Chenjun returned home. It was already nearing midnight. As if knowing that Shangguan Shi would return late tonight, the gates to the Ni family household were left open. Just as Wu Chenjun's car pulled up to the gate, Ni Zihua and Shangguan Dehui walked out from inside. Uncle, Auntie, Wu Chenjun helped a completely inebriated Shangguan Shi out of the car. "Is Xiaoxi okay?" Ni Zihua asked worriedly. Wu Chenjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "She's fine, just had a bit of beer." "I'm sorry, Uncle and Auntie, I didn't keep an eye on her." Shangguan Dehui smiled and said, "It's okay, Yang has already explained the situation to us. Chenjun, thank you for being there for Xiaoxi at this time." At times like this, compared to family, Wu Chenjun, who grew up with Shangguan Shi, was more suited to be by her side. There are things one can't say in front of family, but there are no such taboos with friends. Moreover, from a selfish point of view, Shangguan Dehui was very satisfied with this young man he had watched grow up. Ni Zihua helped Shangguan Shi into the house. Shangguan Dehui stayed back to chat with Wu Chenjun for a few moments. The hangover was truly unpleasant. When Shangguan Shi woke up, it was already past 10 the next morning. Thinking back to yesterday, it felt like a dream. When she thought of Zuoling again, Shangguan Shi felt not just a tinge of sadness but, more so, anger. What a scumbag! She hadn't expected him to be such a person. Shangguan Shi freshened up, got dressed, and headed downstairs. "Good morning, Sister Xiaoxi," Ni Yang greeted Shangguan Shi with a smile as she sat at the dining table. "Good morning, Yang." Thinking of yesterday's events, Shangguan Shi felt something was off. "Yang, did you already know about Zuoling? It couldn't have been such a coincidence." Now that she thought about it, there was no reason for Ni Yang to have her buy pear soda out of the blue. And after she and Wu Chenjun left the mall, Ni Yang didn't page her either. Ni Yang didn't deny it and nodded, "Li Tong is my friend." "What?" Shangguan Shi looked at Ni Yang in surprise, unable to react for a moment. What was this situation? Li Tong was actually Ni Yang's friend. Ni Yang recounted the whole story. She had known for a long time that Zuoling was unscrupulous, which is why she had Li Tong test him, never expecting Zuoling to actually fall for it. Hearing this, Shangguan Shi sighed endlessly. She wasn't unreasonable. She knew Ni Yang did this for her own good. She not only did not blame Ni Yang but also wanted to thank her. If it weren't for Ni Yang, she would still be in the dark about Zuoling. Yang, thank you." Ni Yang smiled and said, "What are sisters for?" "Oh, and Sister Xiaoxi, don't be mad at Li Tong. She did what she did at my request." Shangguan Shi nodded. "Don't worry, Yang, I won't be mad at Li Tong. I need to thank her too." This matter was also greatly helped by Li Tong. Ni Yang continued, "Sister Xiaoxi, don't be too upset. A scumbag like Zuoling really isn't worth your sorrow. There might not be lots of toads with 2 legs in this world, but there are plenty of men with 2 legs. Right?" Shangguan Shi nodded again. "I understand, I'm not upset." Shangguan Shi wasn't upset about Zuoling. She was saddened by the lost 3 years of youth. Now, she only regretted not having seen Zuoling's true colors earlier. Seeing that Shangguan Shi was in good spirits, Ni Yang also let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried about whether Shangguan Shi would get over this hurdle. Now, it seemed that Shangguan Shi was much stronger than she had imagined. "By the way, Sister Xiaoxi, when do you plan on breaking up with Zuoling?" Just then, the voice of the nanny filled the air. Xiaoxi, you have a phone call. Since there were elderly people at home and Ni Zihua was busy with work, Ni Yang had hired 2 nannies from outside. Who is it? Shangguan she turned and asked. It seems to be your boyfriend. The nanny had been working in the Ni family for more than a month and often received calls from Zuoling. Shangguan she walked over and picked up the receiver. Hello. Zuoling's voice came from the other end. Hello, Xiaoxi, I'm really sorry about yesterday. My mom had another episode so I had to rush to the hospital, but I'm free today. How about we go watch a movie? Zuoling was very frustrated. Yesterday, he confessed to Li Tong. But to his surprise, Li Tong rejected him. She even said he was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. But it was clearly Li Tong who seduced him first, that wretched woman. If she weren't the factory manager's niece, he would definitely not spare another glance at Li Tong. To think she was something special. She doesn't even compare to 1/10,000th of Shangguanxi. Luckily, he hadn't confessed to Shangguanxi sooner, otherwise, it would have been all for naught. Listening to Zuoling's voice, a mocking look surfaced in Shangguan's eyes. Did this Zuoling really think she was still the same naive Shangguanxi of the past? How ludicrous! Zuoling, let's break up. What? Zuoling thought he must be hallucinating. Was Shangguanxi breaking up with him? Shangguanxi loved him so much, how could she break up with him? Xiaoxi, stop joking around, this joke isn't funny at all. Shangguanxi said seriously, I'm not joking, Zuoling. How could a country girl like me be worthy of you? Upon hearing this, a shock went through Zuoling. He knew. He was finished. That scene from yesterday must have been seen by Shangguanxi, otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing. Xiaoxi, things are not what you saw, I can explain. It was all Li Tong, that wench. She seduced me first, beep beep beep. The busy tone came through from the other end of the phone. Ah. Zuoling smashed the phone in anger. What's wrong? Lingling, what happened? Zuoling's mother rushed out of the room, looking anxious. Shangguanxi broke up with me. Upon hearing this, Zuoling's mother rejoiced. That's good news. After all, you were ready to break up with her. Zuoling's mother had never liked Shangguanxi anyway. Zuoling said furiously, but Li Tong didn't accept me. Li Tong rejected me yesterday. What? Zuoling's mother exclaimed in surprise. Li Tong actually rejected you? Didn't you say Li Tong liked you? What on earth is going on? Zuoling's mother was very anxious. She wanted to find Li Tong and ask about the situation personally. After all, Li Tong was a big catch. Without Li Tong, how would her son ever become a great factory manager? After a pause, Zuoling's mother continued, Lingling, don't worry. Maybe Li Tong is just testing you. She is, after all, the factory manager's niece with many responsibilities. Zuoling sighed. It's impossible now, there's no chance for me and Li Tong, because Li Tong made it quite clear yesterday. He couldn't possibly demean himself by pursuing Li Tong. So, he had to settle for second best and marry Shangguanxi, but now, Shangguanxi had broken up with him too. Zuoling's mother frowned. Is it really impossible? Did you offend Li Tong in some way? With someone like Li Tong, who's such a pampered rich girl, her temper is quite fiery. Why don't you go and sweet-talk her again? It's no use. Zuoling flung away his mother's hand. That bitch Li Tong was just playing me from the start. She never liked me. Zuoling had never been played like this his whole life. He felt like a fool. Zuoling's mother was terrified. Lingling, don't get angry, Mom spoke out of turn. It's her loss for not fancying you. When you make it big in the future, she'll regret it. Even though there's no Li Tong, you still have Lai Bao. In terms of family background, Lai Bao is certainly not inferior to Li Tong. In terms of family background, Chen Lai Bao was of course not comparable to Li Tong. But under the current circumstances, Zuoling's mother could only use this to comfort Zuoling. As a mother, she couldn't bear to see Zuoling so heartbroken. Enough. Don't talk anymore. Shut your mouth. Zuoling glared furiously at his mother. He looked petrifying. Zuoling's mother swallowed hard, afraid to upset her son further. Mom won't talk, Mom won't talk. And I family. Upon learning about Xianxia breaking up with Zuoling, old lady Xianxuan's spirits lifted considerably. Finally, they had broken up. However, old lady Xianxuan was still somewhat uneasy because Xianxia and Zuoling had had a falling out once before but got back together not long after. Old lady Xianxuan feared she might pull a fast one on her again. Xiaoxi, you won't get entangled with that Zuoling kid again, will you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1050, Wu Yenyun critically ill, 10th update. What else could I have to do with Zuoling? Unless a donkey kicked me in the head. Xianxia said with a smile. Grandma, rest assured no more. Really? Really? Xianxia nodded earnestly. I swear, if I'm ever stupid enough to be with trash like Zuoling again, may lightning strike me down. After receiving Xianxuan's promise, Grandmother Xianxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxuan Su, watching Xianxia with a smile, said, Xiaoxi, you're finally thinking straight. When I knew you were dead set on marrying Zuoling, it worried me so much I couldn't sleep for several nights. Xianxia raised an eyebrow. Really? You care about me that much? You're being heartless now. When have I ever treated you poorly? All right, Xianxia said with a laugh. Big brother, you're always the best to me. Xianxuan Su was then satisfied. Ni Yang raised his glass to Xianxia. Sister Xiaoxi, congrats on escaping the wolf's den and being reborn. Also, hoping you'll find your ideal man soon. Speaking of an ideal man, I actually know one, Xianxuan Su said thoughtfully. Who? Ni Yang played along with Xianxuan Su smoothly. Xianxuan Su looked at Xianxia. Xiaoxi, how about I introduce you to a particularly outstanding young man? No thanks. Xianxia immediately waved him off. I'm really not in the mood to think about these things at the moment. After all, she had just ended a relationship. How could she possibly be ready to accept a new one so quickly? Since Xianxia disagreed, Xianxuan Su, as her brother, couldn't force her. After dinner, Xianxia took her prepared belongings and then went to work. The moment she got off the bus, she saw a familiar figure. It was Zuo's mother. Zuo's mother was not alone. She stood there with a very plump young woman. Upon seeing Xianxia, Zuo's mother immediately said, There she is. Lai Bao, that's the shameless woman who tricked Lingling out of his bird's nest and watch. Indeed, the young woman standing beside Zuo's mother was Chen Lai Bao. Xianxia had already broken up with Zuoling and naturally did not want to deal with Zuo's mother's attitude. Just as she was about to bypass Zuo's mother, the woman grabbed Chen Lai Bao's hand and blocked Xianxuan's path. Auntie, may I ask what the matter is? Xianxia said as politely as possible. Zuo's mother did not speak, and Chen Lai Bao, with her chin lifted, stared at Xianxia. You shameless woman, hurry and return the things you gave to brother Zuoling. What? Xianxia was taken aback. Chen Lai Bao, hands on her hips and a ferocious look on her face. You look decent enough, so why always do such shameless things? The bird's nest was for brother Zuoling's health, and the watch was a gift for his mother. It's really too shameful to even trick these things away. While being pointed at and scolded, Xianxia wanted to get angry, but she dared not. Because Chen Lai Bao was simply too fat. At least 300 to 400 pounds. How much did Xianxia weigh? 98 pounds. Chen Lai Bao could pick her up with one hand. If it came to a fight, Xianxia couldn't win against her, so at times like these, it was better to seek peace rather than conflict. Seeing that Xianxia remained silent, Zuo's mother stepped forward. I'm telling you, Xianxia, stop playing dumb. Hurry up and return the bird's nest and watch you tricked from Lingling. Now, Xianxia understood a bit more. She took out the box of bird's nests and the watch from her bag. Is this what you're talking about? Since she had broken up with Zuoling, she wasn't going to keep his things. She had intended to return them to Zuoling after getting to her unit. Yes, that's it. Chen Lai Bao snatched the items from Xianxuan's hands. You're such a shameless woman. To dare trick these away. Xianxia was very angry, but she had to suppress the rage inside her. She hadn't dreamed that these items weren't even bought for her by Zuoling. And she never expected that her family's words would come true. Now I'd like to correct 2 points. First, these items were given to me by Zuoling. Second, I'm not a swindler. Chen Liebao rolled her eyes. If you weren't a swindler, would these things be in your possession? Just look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think Brother Zuoling would give you things? Such a shameless person. Shangguan she ignored Chen Liebao and walked around them, heading towards her unit. If she couldn't provoke them, couldn't she at least avoid them? Yet just as she reached the entrance of her unit, there was Zuoling, waiting. Shangguan she simply ignored Zuoling. Zuoling hurried to keep up with Shangguan's eyes pace. Xiaoxi, listen to my explanation, things really aren't like that. Please give me another chance. Get lost. Of course, Zuoling wasn't willing to get lost. He thought to himself, since Shangguan she loved him so much, as long as he thickened his skin a bit more, she would definitely forgive him. Shangguan she glanced at Zuoling. Zuoling, please keep your distance from me. I'm allergic to scumbags. If you keep this up, watch out, they'll call the police and accuse you of harassment. This is the workplace, don't make it awkward for everyone. After saying that, Shangguan she turned and left. Zuoling watched Shangguan's eyes retreating figure, opened his mouth to speak but then sighed and headed toward his office area. Just as he walked into the office, he noticed his colleagues were looking at him with odd expressions. Could it be that they all knew about his rejection by Li Tong yesterday? That bitch Li Tong. Just then, the manager came over and patted Zuoling on the shoulder. Zuoling, pack up and leave early. Zuoling was stunned. Leave early? Leave early to go where? What do you mean? Zuoling looked at the manager puzzled. The manager said, it means that you've been fired. Fired? Zuoling couldn't believe what he was hearing. I haven't done anything wrong. On what grounds are you firing me? The manager continued. Someone reported that you've been having inappropriate relationships. Is that reason enough? The 1980s were not like the future. Going back a couple of years, engaging in inappropriate relationships would not only result in being fired from your job, but serious cases could even lead to imprisonment. Zuoling, I'm giving you face and I hope you'll wise up. Take this opportunity to pack up and leave before we put this on your record. Once this was recorded, it would become a lifelong stain for Zuoling, and no company would hire him from then on. There was no need to guess, it definitely had to be Li Tong's doing. Yet, Zuoling couldn't even vent his anger. Under someone's roof, one can't help but bow their head. Zuoling went to his desk, gathered his things, and then left carrying a cardboard box. None of his colleagues, with whom he used to be so close, were there to see him off. Life could be so ridiculous. At lunchtime, Shangguan she made a point of finding Li Tong and thanking her. Li Tong looked at Shangguan she in surprise. You're thanking me? She had broken up Shangguan she and Zuoling logically. Shangguan she should have hated her to the core, right? And yet she was thanking her. Shangguan she smiled. You let me see Zuoling's true face. Of course, I have to thank you. She wasn't a fool. Li Tong, without any reserve, put her arm around Shangguan's shoulder. Shangguan she, you're truly Ni Yang's sister. Such clear thinking. I like it. To be deceived by a scumbag to this extent, Li Tong had thought Shangguan she was a blockhead. Unexpectedly, Shangguan she was so smart, not foolish at all. Relations between girls are very simple. After chatting for more than half an hour, they established a profound revolutionary friendship, and after work, they even went out to eat dinner together. At the Wu family, Wu Yenyun had been taking cold medicine for 5 days, but rather than getting better, her cold had gotten worse. She had developed a ring of blisters around her mouth, bright red and frightful to behold. Moreover, because of tonsillitis, she couldn't eat anything solid and could only consume liquid foods, causing her to progressively lose weight. Her symptoms were becoming less and less like a common cold, but when she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctors all said it was just a cold. Xiaoyun, are you still in a lot of pain? Yen Erju looked at Wu Yenyun with reddening eyes. Wu Yenyun shook her head. Not only could she not eat, but she also couldn't speak. It was extremely uncomfortable. but to keep her parents from worrying, she could only say she wasn't in pain. Wu Jinshu hadn't been to the construction site for a day. Seeing Wu Yenyun like this, he was troubled. I heard Yang Yang is good at medicine. Why don't we have Yang Yang come and check on Yenyun? Upon hearing this, Wu Yenyun grabbed Wu Jinshu's wrist tightly, shaking her head vigorously. She didn't want it. Even if she were to die, she wouldn't want Ni Yang's treatment. Wu Jinshu sighed. Yenyun, at a time like this, you shouldn't be stubborn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1051. Solving Difficulties, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone, 11 more updates. Don't want. She didn't want Ni Yang's treatment. She just didn't believe that if there wasn't Ni Yang, she wouldn't be able to live. Wu Yanyun's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she abruptly sat up, pulling out the 4 from her right forearm. Although she couldn't speak now, she could prove her determination through her actions to her family. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju were startled. All right. I'll just tell Yang Yang not to come over then. Yenyun, don't be angry. Hearing Wu Jinshu say this, Wu Yenyun finally calmed down and lay back on the bed again, exhaling deeply. She didn't know what was wrong with herself. It was just a viral flu, but it felt worse than someone suffering from tuberculosis. Was she really going to die? She wouldn't. It was just a flu. She would get better. Wu Yenyun clenched the bedsheets under her, her eyes filled with determination. Yen Erju went to find the nurse. Wu Jinshu sat in front of the bed, sighing with worry. Ni Yang had arranged to go shopping with Han Xiaoyu today, but after waiting a long time at the agreed place, Xiaoyu hadn't shown up, so she reluctantly drove to the Han family's home. Is Xiaoyu home? Ni Yang knocked on the door. Yang Yang is here. Han Xiaoyu saw Ni Yang and apologetically said, I'm sorry, Yang Yang, something came up at home, and I was so rushed that I forgot we had planned to meet today. Ni Yang smiled and said, It's okay, but is everything okay at your place? Han Xiaoyu sighed. The factory closed down, and my parents are unemployed. Ni Yang was startled, then remembered that with the progression of the era and the increase in private businesses, this period was indeed seeing the first wave of layoffs. It was also a time when many unemployed workers ventured into business, becoming the millionaires and billionaires of later generations. But for many, unemployment made life difficult. The Han family had 3 children, all dependent on their parents working at the factory. Now, with both parents unemployed, it was indeed woeful. I remember your dad was the factory manager, right? Ni Yang said. Yes, Han Xiaoyu nodded. Now all institutions are cutting back on staff, and my parents were out yesterday looking for work but found nothing suitable. It was mainly because Han's parents had high standards and ordinary jobs outside their interests. A thought flashed through Ni Yang's mind. I actually have 2 suitable jobs for your uncle and aunt. Really? Han Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Really? Ni Yang nodded. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, Then come in and let's talk about it. If my parents hear this, they'll definitely be very happy. Ni Yang followed Han Xiaoyu inside. As there were visitors, Han's father and mother graciously welcomed them out. Yang Yang is here. Hello, uncle and aunt, Ni Yang politely greeted. This was Han's father's first meeting with Ni Yang. Are you Xiaoyu's classmate Ni Yang who topped the exams? Ni Yang nodded. Yes, uncle, that's me. Han's father, who had always heard Xiaoyu talk about Ni Yang, was finally seeing her in person today. After all, she was the top scholar, a status that, in ancient times, would have meant taking up a high official position immediately. Han's father said with a smile, please sit, the home is modest, don't mind it. Han Xiaoyu went to make tea for Ni Yang. Ni Yang continued, Uncle, aunt, I heard from Xiaoyu that you've been looking for work recently, is that right? Han's father was initially stunned, then said, yes. Ni Yang said, I have a job here, do you want to give it a try? Han's father's eyes brightened, really? Ni Yang nodded. Han's father then asked, what kind of work do you want to offer us? Do you think the 2 of us can handle it? I heard from Xiaoyu that uncle, you were previously a factory manager, and aunt was in factory finance, right? Yes. And Yang smiled and said, then I will hire you as the factory manager and aunt as the finance manager. The factory was almost built, and the workers were mostly recruited, but they still lacked a factory manager and a finance manager. It just so happened that Yang was worried about finding an experienced factory manager, which solved an urgent need for her. It solved not only Yang's urgent need but also the Han family's. It was a win-win situation. Helping oneself can also help others. Upon hearing this, Mr. Han was shocked. Yang, you're not joking with me, are you? Factory manager? Mr. Han had never imagined that one day he would become a factory manager. Could one become the head of a factory that easily? Mr. Han felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. Although Yang was the top scholar in the nation, she was only an 18 or 19-year-old kid. Could she really manage a factory? Yang shook her head with a smile. Why would I joke with you? Mr. Han continued, then where is this factory you are talking about? What does the factory produce? Yang said, to be honest, the factory is my own. Her own factory? Not only Mr. Han was stunned, but so were Han Xiaoyu and Mrs. Han. Was she just boasting? Words alone aren't proof, so let's do this. He'll take you to the factory for a tour. Yang stood up. Considering her age, owning her own factory was indeed incredible. It was normal for Mr. and Mrs. Han to be skeptical. Thus, Yang decided to take them to Jinghua village to clear up their doubts. They'll go get the bicycle, Mr. Han said. Yang smiled. No need to ride a bicycle. I came by car today. Driving? Han Xiaoyu grabbed Yang's arm. Oh my god, Yang, you drove here? Is it one of those four-wheel sedans? Yang nodded, yes. Han Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Han Xiaoyu had always known that Yang came from a well-off family, but she had no idea it was to this extent. Sedan. Ordinary families found it hard to even buy a bicycle, yet Yang already had a sedan. Mr. and Mrs. Han exchanged glances, also seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Could the child be playing a trick on them? Only when they all followed Yang out, and sat in the ordinary-looking but luxurious sedan, did they believe that Yang was not lying. Han Xiaoyu, sitting in the passenger seat, exclaimed with excitement, Yang, you're so amazing. You can even drive a car. Oh my goodness. Don't laugh, but this is my first time in a sedan. Before long, the car entered Jinghua village. Han Xiaoyu asked, Yang, does your family live here? Yes, this is Jinghua village. Han Xiaoyu said in amazement, your village is so nice. They even installed street lights. It's like the city, not like a village at all. Mr. and Mrs. Han nodded in agreement. Who would believe this was a rural area if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? It wasn't long before they arrived at the factory. The factory had already been under construction for 2 months. The framework had already emerged because it covered a large area, making it look very imposing. There were about 10 more days to the New Year holiday, so the workers were working extra hard these days. Yang treated them so well, they couldn't let the New Year delay the construction schedule. Seeing Yang coming, everyone greeted her enthusiastically. It was evident from everyone's attitude that Yang was very popular. Uncle and Auntie, this side is the production workshop, this side is the dormitory for the workers, this side is the canteen, and over here is the shower room. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Mr. and Mrs. Han no longer had any doubts. Yang then discussed her plans with Mr. and Mrs. Han. After all, Mr. Han had been a factory manager for over a decade and offered several valuable suggestions to Yang. Meanwhile, the look in Mr. Han's eyes toward Yang changed. Although Yang was only a teenager, her knowledge and experience were far beyond that of her peers, even beyond what he could match. This was truly impressive. After they toured the factory, Yang took Mr. and Mrs. Han to the family home. Han Xiaoyu said, Yang, this is your house? Yang nodded. Your home is really beautiful. There was heating in the living room on the first floor. Yang took off her coat as they entered. Uncle and Auntie, Xiao, please have a seat. The nanny immediately went to make tea. Han Xiaoyu looked around the Ni family's living room, her eyes full of astonishment. She finally understood how Granny Lu felt when she entered the Grand View Garden. Ni Yang continued, "Uncle and Auntie, the factory is expected to start operations after the second month of the new year. Regarding the salaries, the factory manager will get 280 yuan per month, and the financial manager will get 98 yuan. Such high salaries?" Mr. Han was taken aback. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1052, Met a Benefactor, 12 more updates. You should know that before this, Han's father's salary was only 128 yuan a month. Ni Yang's salary was nearly more than double the previous amount. Ni Yang said with a smile, "This is just the starting salary. After half a year, it will increase by 100 yuan, and another 100 yuan after a full year. After 15 years, there will even be a car reward." Ni Yang never skimped when it came to treating employees. Moreover, the greater the employee turnover, the greater the damage to a company. A truly good company has a very low resignation rate, practically none at all. Upon hearing this, Han's father's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true or false?" Ni Yang nodded. "If you and Auntie think it's suitable, let's find a time to sign the contract." Suitable? Of course, it's suitable. With such good treatment, only a fool would disagree. At Ni Yang's warm invitation, Han's father and mother stayed in the Ni family house for dinner that evening. After dinner, Ni Yang drove them home. That very night, Ni Yang drafted the contract, and the next day he went to the Han family's home to have the contract signed. After Ni Yang left, Han's father looked at Han Xiaoyu with a loving face. "Xiaoyu, you've really met your benefactor this time." Ni Yang was so impressive that Han Xiaoyu also felt honored. "That's right, I've told you before, Yang is very amazing." Han's mother stood up and said, Yang has been gracious to our family. Our family must not forget this kindness in the future." "Your mother is right," agreed Han's father with a nod. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, even if I forget someone, I won't forget Yang." Meanwhile, Wu Yanyan's condition was getting more severe, and she had fallen into a coma, which led the doctor to suggest a transfer to another hospital. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju were very anxious, and they transferred Wu Yenyun to the city hospital overnight. The conclusion from the city hospital was also that it was a cold. With reddened eyes, Yen Erju said, "How could it be a cold? If it were really just a cold, it wouldn't be this serious." As she spoke, Yen Erju turned to look at Wu Jinshu and continued, "Why don't you go to Yang anyway?" Wu Jinshu frowned, but she. If Wu Yenyun found out, who knew how she might react? Yen Erju said, "We're losing her life here. Why care about all that now?" "All right, we'll go." Wu Jinshu went to the Ni family's house overnight. The snow was flying outside. When Ni Yang opened the door, Wu Jinshu was covered with a layer of snow, including his eyebrows, which were all white. Ni Yang almost didn't recognize him. Yang. "Godfather? Why have you come? Please, come in quickly." Wu Jinshu followed Ni Yang inside. Once inside, Ni Yang poured a cup of hot milk tea for Wu Jinshu. "Godfather, have some hot drink first to warm up your body." Wu Jinshu rubbed his frozen hands and immediately took the milk tea, drinking it in one gulp. "Godfather, it's so late. You must have come to see me for something urgent?" Ni Yang said. Wu Jinshu nodded. "It's about Yenyun. She's fallen ill. Yang, you must save her." Ni Yang was taken aback. "Godfather, don't panic, take it slow and tell me." On the other side, Ni Zuihua and Shangguan Dehui, hearing the noise, also came down from upstairs. After hearing the whole story, Ni Zuihua was very nervous. "How is Yenyun now? She's okay, right?" No matter what, that was her daughter. She couldn't remain unmoved. Furthermore, Ni Zuihua still felt guilty inside. Wu Jinshu sighed. "The situation is very bad now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for Yang." Ni Yang put down the cup and looked up at Wu Jinshu. "Godfather, the reason you didn't come before was because Yenyun wouldn't let you, right?" It could be heard from Wu Jinshu's words that Wu Yanyun's illness had been dragging on for a long time. If Wu Yanyun hadn't stopped him, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju would not have waited until Wu Yanyun had already fallen into a coma before coming to find her. Thus, Ni Yang could guess that previously, Wu Yanyun had stopped Wu Jinshu from coming over. Wu Jinshu was silent, because Ni Yang had hit the nail on the head about the true circumstances. On the other hand, who would want to get involved in such a thankless task? If Ni Yang saved Wu Yanyun and she recovered, what would happen if rather than being grateful, she blamed Ni Yang for meddling in her affairs? Wu Jinshu sighed softly. Now, even if Ni Yang truly ignored Wu Yanyun, he had no right to blame him. Forget it. They would think of other methods. Ni Zuihua was also stunned. Having been preoccupied with worrying about Wu Yanyun, she had overlooked this point. Ni Yang then said, "Saving a life is urgent, Godfather, let's go." Ah! Wu Jinshu was startled. He hadn't expected Ni Yang to come up with such a statement suddenly. He had even been prepared for Ni Yang to refuse. Unexpectedly, Ni Yang had agreed at this moment. Ni Yang said with a smile, "I am a doctor. In the face of life and death, I cannot remain indifferent. It also goes against my teacher's admonitions. Besides, our Ni family owes Yenyun a life. This time, it's as if I am returning what our Ni family owes her. A life for a life. It was fair. In doing so, it would also make Ni Zuihua feel better, so she wouldn't always feel as though she owed Wu Yenyun something. Once there was a sense of debt in one's heart, it would become a burden, and Ni Yang didn't want Ni Zuihua to feel burdened. Wu Jinshu's eyes reddened. "Yang, thank you." Ni Yang put on his coat, donned his scarf. "Let's go." "I'll go with you," said Ni Zuihua. "I'm coming too," said Shangguan Dehui. When several people arrived at the hospital and saw Wu Yanyun's condition, Ni Yang was also taken aback. Because Wu Yanyun's situation was quite serious. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be difficult to associate her with the lively Wu Yanyun of before. Ni Kuihua's eyes immediately reddened, and she leaned on Shangguan Dehui's shoulder, gently sobbing. "It's okay, Dia, Yenyun will definitely be fine," Shangguan Dehui consoled her. Ni Yang sat down to take Wu Yanyun's pulse. After a long while, she finally released Wu Yanyun's wrist. Ni Zuihua hurriedly asked, "How is she, Yang?" Ni Yang said, "Don't worry, it's not a big problem." "That's good," Ni Zuihua breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what's wrong with Xiaoyun?" Yen Erju asked. Ni Yang said, "It's a viral cold caused by an allergic reaction. They'll give her some acupuncture first, and then after taking 2 doses of traditional Chinese medicine, she should be fine." "Is it really just a cold?" Wu Jinshu was somewhat surprised because the hospital treatment had not been effective, and they had thought it was not a cold. Ni Yang nodded. "It's a cold, but it's quite different from a regular cold. It's a sequelae of external allergies, so common cold medicines are not only ineffective but can also aggravate the condition. If it were any later, the problem would have been rather tricky." Ni Yang wasn't exaggerating. If it had been delayed another day or two, and the virus had invaded the heart and lungs, Wu Yenyun would have been beyond saving. It was also her fate not to die yet. Yen Erju wiped her tears and said, "This child is so stubborn. Your godfather has been saying we should have you come take a look, but she just wouldn't agree. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on this long. Godmother, don't worry. I'm going to give Yenyun acupuncture right now. After the acupuncture, she can be discharged. I'm going to talk to Yenyun's chief doctor to see if he can arrange a sterile room for us." After all, this was in a hospital. If acupuncture were done recklessly in the ward, there could be a risk of infection. Wu Yanyun's chief doctor was an old doctor in his 50s. After hearing what Ni Yang had to say, he immediately arranged a sterile room for her. Finally, he asked, "Young lady, is your name Ni Yang?" Ni Yang nodded, "Yes." "So you're the divine doctor who cured Mr. Abner's mother's stubborn illness?" "I've finally met the real person today." The doctor excitedly shook Ni Yang's hand. Mr. Abner's mother's illness had seen countless big hospitals, but no doctor was sure they could cure her. However, not long ago, Mr. Abner's mother unexpectedly recovered fully. This could be described as a medical miracle. And the person who cured her was just a girl in her teens named Ni Yang. From then on, Ni Yang was called the Divine Doctor by scholars in the medical field and became a legend in the field. Before Ni Yang could say anything, the old doctor continued, "Right, Divine Doctor, when you do the acupuncture later, can I let our hospital's doctors observe and learn from the side? Ancient medicine is a legend of China. If it could be integrated with Western medicine, it would surely benefit mankind. A doctor's heart is benevolent. Ni Yang was never a stingy person. Of course, no problem." The old doctor didn't expect Ni Yang to agree so readily and said stunned, "Then thank you, Divine Doctor. I'll go tell everyone now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1053, Completely Give Up, 13th Update. Although Ni Yang was performing acupuncture on Wu Yenyun with many doctors standing by, she was not nervous at all. She remained as composed as ever. Her movements in inserting the needles were smooth and flowing, and from a distance, there was even a hint of an artistic martial flair. The doctors watching were dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that a teenager could be so skilled? After more than 2 hours of acupuncture, Wu Yanyun's condition gradually improved, and her originally pale face started to turn rosy, with the blisters on the corner of her mouth also shrinking. While they hadn't completely disappeared, they were at least not as disturbing as in the beginning. Ancient medicine is truly miraculous. Our ancestors' legacy is indeed marvelous, isn't it? After the acupuncture session, Wu Yenyun was taken out, and Ni Yang was surrounded by a group in the middle, answering various medical questions. Although she was younger than everyone present, her aura was not the least bit diminished. With confident eyes and sophisticated speech, she provided the most professional answers to the most complicated problems, earning everyone's genuine admiration. Ni Yang's tone was neither fast nor slow, perfect for the doctors to take notes. One of the female doctors felt more and more familiar with Ni Yang as she watched. "Little Divine Doctor, you're the national top scholar of this year, aren't you?" Ni Yang had appeared on television 3 times this year, so anyone who had seen the news would have some impression of her. Ni Yang nodded with a smile. "Yes." The female doctor covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my! I knew you looked familiar. So you are the national top scholar Ni Yang, right? My child adores you. Could you give me an autograph?" "Of course." The female doctor was thrilled to death, passing her notebook to Ni Yang. "Little Divine Doctor, please sign here. My child is taking the college entrance exam next year. Ever since he saw your news, he's been so much more diligent in studying, and even says he wants to be the top scholar too." As Ni Yang took the notebook, she asked, "What's your child's name?" "Chen Haoren, Haoren as in the great poet Meng Haoren." Ni Yang nodded and wrote on the notebook, "Through a decade of toiling over books under a cold window, all in hope of being honored on the list of success, wishing student Wang Haoren leaps through the dragon gate like a carp. December 20th, 1985. Signed, Ni Yang." The characters Ni Yang wrote were powerful yet unrestrained, impressively beautiful. The female doctor received the notebook with both hands. "Thank you, Little Divine Doctor. Our child will be so happy to see this." "You're welcome," Ni Yang said with a slight smile. When she returned to the ward, Ni Yang was surprised to see Ni Zuehua and Shengguan Dehui standing outside, and asked, "Mom and Dad, why are you standing outside?" It was winter, and the corridor was so cold. Ni Zuehua sighed, looking somewhat upset. "Well, Yenyun has woken up. Has she started making a fuss again?" Ni Yang spoke in an indifferent tone, her rhetorical question sounding more like a statement. Ni Zuehua nodded. Not only had Wu Yenyun made a fuss, but the words she uttered were particularly nasty. Very hurtful. Ni Zuehua couldn't bear to hear them, and she thought that if Ni Yang heard them, she probably couldn't bear them either. Ni Yang's eyes remained indifferent. Let her fuss. What's out of sight is out of mind. After all, we don't owe her anything anymore. Ni Yang had long been disappointed in this sister. Wu Yanyun's reaction after waking up was also within her expectations, so she was not surprised at all. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Yang Yang is right, Daya, we don't owe Yanyun anything anymore, and you don't have to feel guilty either. Whether as her mother or as Ni Yang being her sister, you both have done very well. You don't owe her anything. There's no need to always indulge her. In Shangguan Dihui's view, Wu Yenyun truly lacked any sense of gratitude. If she had even a shred of gratitude, she wouldn't have treated Ni Tsuehua like this today. By now, Ni Tsuehua had also come to a realization. From now on, she would act as if she had never given birth to this daughter. Just then, Wu Jinshu came out of the ward, his face filled with shame as he said, Yang, Dad Yang, Mom Yang, I'm so sorry. It's our fault for not raising our child properly. Even though Wu Jinshu had been mentally prepared, he still didn't expect Wu Yanyun's reaction to be so extreme. She was not only ungrateful but turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Aside from apologizing, Wu Jinshu could think of no other solution. Just then, a vase was thrown from inside and smashed against the door. Crash! It shattered to pieces. Without a doubt, it was Wu Yenyun who had thrown the vase, and the situation inside the ward must have been very bad. Wu Jinshu's brow twitched, and his feelings of guilt intensified. Ni Yang shook her head and handed Wu Jinshu a piece of paper. Godfather, this is the prescription. I've written down the specific dosages and how to brew it. Just follow the instructions, and if you have any problems, you can contact me. She now had no relationship with Wu Yenyun, so whatever Wu Yenyun did, she wouldn't be upset. Sister or not, she wasn't worth it. Wu Jinshu said, Yang, thank you. I will talk to Yenyun and persuade her well. Ni Yang smiled and said, no need to persuade her anymore. You and Godmother raised Yenyun to adulthood, and both my mom and I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, Yenyun and I are not fated to be sisters, and she is not fated to be my mother's daughter either. From now on, I'll just act as if I don't have this sister. This was probably the first time Ni Yang had spoken so harshly in front of Wu Jinshu. After a pause, Ni Yang continued, but rest assured, I still hold firm to what I said before, you and Godmother will always be my godparents. After all, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju saved Wu Yenyun, and that made them benefactors of the Ni family. Wu Yenyun could choose not to acknowledge that. But the people who saved Wu Yenyun could not go unrecognized. No matter what, one shouldn't live without a conscience. Wu Jinshu's eyes reddened, suddenly at a loss for words. Ni Yang was too sensible to the point where it made him feel guilty. If only Wu Yenyun could be a little sensible too, then he wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Actually, Wu Yenyun used to be very obedient and well-behaved. He didn't know when she had changed into what she was now. Ni Yang went on, Yenyun has just woken up, so it's not good for her to get too agitated. You should go in and calm her down. Nothing is more important than her life. We will be heading back. Wu Jinshu insisted on escorting Ni Yang and her company out of the hospital. After getting into the car, Ni Yang asked, Mom, now that Yenyun is no longer connected to our family, can you really let go of her? Ni Tsuehua looked out the window with a relieved smile. Just like you said, there's no mother-daughter fate between us. A melon forced is not sweet, let it go, I've come to terms with it. Now that her heart was unburdened, Ni Tsuehua didn't owe Wu Yenyun anything anymore. It eases my mind to hear you say that. As time went by, the year-end was rapidly approaching. Today was the 28th of the 12th lunar month, and the day after tomorrow would be Chinese New Year's Eve. Since the New Year was just around the corner, Ni Yang had closed all of the pure jade skin stores and gave all the employees a 10-day holiday. In addition, she gave them a lot of New Year's gifts. Even though pure jade skin could earn a lot in a single day, she knew money was never-ending. To Chinese people, celebrating the New Year is of utmost importance, and she didn't want the employees to think of her as an inhumane boss. Besides, there's no end to earning money. It doesn't matter if she earns a bit more or less. Additionally, the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant also ceased operation for 10 days. They would resume work on the 8th day of the new lunar year. During these days, Wu Yanyan's health also improved day by day. Yan Erju smiled and said, Yanyun, you owe a lot to Yang Yang. Without her, you might still be lying in that hospital bed. At the mention of Ni Yang, the smile on Wu Yanyan's face suddenly faded. If she hadn't meddled, maybe I would have recovered a long time ago. Yanyun, did I say something wrong? Wu Yanyun turned to look at Yan Erju. Mom, don't forget, Ni Yang is just a doctor. Maybe all of this was a scheme she cooked up with the doctor. She wants me to be grateful to her. She wants me to forgive her. But Ni Yang nearly cost her life. Why should she forgive Ni Yang? She would never forgive Ni Yang. Yan Erju continued, Yanyun, you have too many misunderstandings about Yang Yang. She's not that kind of person and she would never do such a thing. It was her who did this. Wu Yanyun continued, firstly, she wanted to kill me because she was jealous of me. She was afraid I would compete with her for the inheritance. Secondly, she wanted to use this incident to make me forgive her. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1054. She's just like a joke. Chapter 14. But Ni Yang never considered if she would care about the Ni family's businesses. Did Ni Yang really think they were the same kind of person? What a joke! Wu Yanyun now hated Ni Yang so much. Hated her to the bone. Because of Ni Yang's presence, she stole all the attention from those around her. Even the gentle and elegant Mr. Du was deceived by Ni Yang. What gave Ni Yang the right? In what way was she inferior to Ni Yang? Why did everyone stand on Ni Yang's side? Was this really fair to her? Yan Erju sighed helplessly. Forget it, I won't talk to you about it anymore, and you shouldn't be angry. Anyway, Yang Yang and her mother have already decided to cut ties with you. Even if you regret it now and come to your senses, it's too late. Wu Yanyun said, I am the one who cut ties with them, not the other way around. They don't have the right to cut ties with me. Erju didn't continue the conversation. The room was just too stuffy. Wu Yanyun took a deep breath. Mom, I'm going out for a walk. Erju nodded her head. The snow had just fallen, and the air outside was refreshing. Wu Yanyun, looking at the pure white surroundings, felt her eyes slowly start to moisten. She felt like a joke. Her adoptive parents didn't understand her. Any sorrow in her heart had to be suppressed by herself. Maybe this was the difference between biological and non-biological. After standing outside for a long time, Wu Yanyun finally calmed down and headed back inside. A little while later, Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong, having finished their snowball fight, came back in, and the atmosphere in the Wu family warmed up a bit. Wu Yanyun watched Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong, suddenly envious of these two younger brothers. If she had been born to Yan Erju, it definitely wouldn't be like it was today. The new year was fast approaching, so today Ni Yang and Mo Qishan went together to the Mo family to visit the two elders. Knowing that Ni Yang was coming, Old Master Mo and Old Madam Mo had prepared a pile of fruit and a table full of dishes early on. As soon as Ni Yang and Mo Qishan entered the Mo family's gate, Mo Hudi dashed over from the side. Sister Ni Yang. Bang. Because of the sudden impact, Ni Yang staggered, nearly falling backward. But fortunately, a hand swiftly supported her waist, its slender fingers giving a gentle pinch there. It felt tingling, like a mild electric shock. Ni Yang glanced back with a slight frown at Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan pursed his lips in a slight smile. Let's go inside. Xiaodai, you have to be careful next time. You almost knocked your future little auntie over just now. Mo Hudi tilted her head and laughed. Thankfully, little uncle was there to heroically save the beauty. Little girl. Mo Qishan reached out and tapped Mo Hudi's head. Ni Yang said, Xiaodai seems to have grown quite a bit taller again. Mo Hudi nodded vigorously. Right, Sister Ni Yang, I'm now 1.50 meters. I grew more than 10 centimeters in the second half of the year. The heating in the Mo family's house was very warm, and as soon as Ni Yang entered, she took off her coat, which Mo Qishan smoothly took from her, draping it over his arm. Yang Yang is here. Hearing the noise, Old Master Mo and Old Madam Mo came out from inside the house. Uncle, Auntie, and Yang greeted politely. "You've lost weight, you're thinner again," Old Madam Mo said, holding Yang's hand. "Is it because you've been under too much stress lately?" Yang shook her head with a smile. "No, maybe I just naturally don't gain weight." Another reason was dietary therapy. Having stuck with it for so long, how could there not be any effect at all? But in the eyes of the older generation, being able to eat well is a blessing, and being chubby is even more so. Therefore, Yang didn't mention the dietary therapy. Old Madam Mo said, "You look so skinny, those legs and your waist, Qishan could break it with just one hand. Yang, you need to eat more. Only by eating more can you put on weight." Mo Qishan's gaze was indifferent. Although Yang looked thin, her figure was very well proportioned. Where she should be slim, there wasn't an ounce of excess fat, and where she shouldn't be slim, she wasn't the slightest bit underweight. Thinking this, a deep color pooled in the depth of Mo Qishan's eyes, and he quickly averted his gaze, suppressing the jumble of thoughts at the back of his mind, picked up a cup from the table, and downed the cold water inside in one go. During dinner, Grandma Mo kept piling meat into Yang's bowl. Yang, unable to refuse the kindness, would pass the uneaten portions into Mo Qishan's bowl. Whether she had touched them or not, all of it ended up in Mo Qishan's bowl. Mo Qishan wasn't picky and accepted everything wholeheartedly. Most importantly, he seemed to really enjoy it. Seeing the affection between the young couple, both Grandpa Mo and Grandma Mo felt relieved. After the meal, Yang and Grandma Mo chatted, while Grandpa Mo pulled Mo Qishan aside. "Dad, did you want to see me about something?" Without saying another word, Grandpa Zheng took out 2 cards from his pocket and stuffed them into Mo Qishan's pocket. "Take these." "What are you doing?" Mo Qishan was taken aback. "I'm giving you money." Grandpa Zheng looked at Mo Qishan as if he were looking at a fool. Mo Qishan helplessly handed back the cards to Grandpa Zheng. "Dad, I'm not short on money right now." "Nonsense." Grandpa Zheng's face hardened. Nowadays, young people need money for dining out, dating, attending concerts, watching movies. Doesn't each of these require money? I remember it's been a long time since your mother and I have given you money, right? You rascal, why act with pretension with your own parents? Just say if you are short on cash. You can't expect Yang to support you. At this, Grandpa Mo landed a kick on Mo Qishan's foot. "Dad!" Mo Qishan exclaimed, "Are you serious? I am your own son." Grandpa Mo said proudly, "If you weren't my own son, you wouldn't enjoy this kind of special treatment." Mo Qishan, Grandpa Mo went on, "If you're running low on cash, just let me know. Don't even think about saving money when dating. Our family is wealthy, and you don't need to save. Take the money." "I really don't need money." Grandpa Mo glared at Mo Qishan, gruffly saying, "If you say you don't need money one more time, I'll break your legs." Mo Qishan, fine, he would just keep his mouth shut. The father and son were talking at the stairwell turn, and just at that moment, Xiao Yingying happened to be coming downstairs and saw everything. A sneer curled the corner of Xiao Yingying's mouth. This Mo Qishan was really too pathetic. How old was he, still taking money from his family? Mud is mud, it could never be put on the wall. Xiao Yingying shook her head, shedding the sneer from her face, and walked past the 2 men. Seeing Xiao Yingying, Mo Qishan frowned slightly. "Why hasn't she left yet?" Grandpa Mo said indifferently, "It seems like Baichuan's aunt and uncle went abroad for a vacation, so she hasn't left yet. In the end, one more person is just another pair of chopsticks. Don't bother about her." Mo Qishan kept an impassive face and said no more. Xiao Yingying went straight to the living room and saw Yang there. The mocking look in her eyes, which had faded, now re-emerged. She used to be so jealous of Yang, but she wasn't the least bit jealous anymore. So what if Yang was pretty? Being beautiful didn't change the fact that she was marrying a loser like Mo Qishan. Xiao Yingying didn't even want to greet them and left the Mo family's living room, just in time to run into Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong at the entrance. "Cousin." "Yingying, where are you going?" asked Mo Baichuan. "I'm going to the department store to buy some stuff," said Xiao Yingying, and as if she had just remembered something, she pulled Mo Baichuan aside, lowering her voice arrogantly. "Cousin, let me ask you something." "Go ahead." Xiao Yingying continued. "Chinese New Year is around the corner. Will Mr. Mog come here to celebrate?" Mo Baichuan sighed. "Yingying, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't know Mr. Mog. I really don't." "Why did everyone think he knew Mr. Mog?" Xiao Yingying said disbelievingly. "Cousin, stop lying to me. I'm your cousin." No matter if you beat Xiao Yingying to death, she wouldn't believe that Mo Baichuan didn't know Mr. Mog. If Mo Baichuan didn't know Mr. Mog, then Mr. Mog wouldn't have brought a gift to Grandma Mo's birthday banquet. Did they think she was a fool? Xiao Yingying went on. "Cousin, just tell me. I swear I'll keep it secret. I won't tell anyone." Knowing when Mr. Mog would come over, she could also dress up and prepare. "Ting," Mo Baichuan said with a frown. "Stop messing around." Xiao Yingying pouted. "Don't tell me then. It's not a big deal." If not, she would just dress up beautifully every day after the new year. That way Mr. Mog would see the most perfect her. A faint smile crossed Zhao Jingrong's lips, her eyes filled with smugness. Perhaps Xiao Yingying could never dream that Mo Baichuan was Mr. Mog. She looked forward to seeing Xiao Yingying's reaction when she found out the truth. By then, the scene would certainly be very exciting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1055, Boss Tricks Yang 15 Updates. Zhao Jingrong became increasingly smug and walked up to Mo Baichuan, whispering softly, "Baichuan, let's go inside." Mo Baichuan nodded and followed Zhao Jingrong inside. Hiss! Just then, a sharp pain shot through Zhao Jingrong's hand. Why was he suddenly using so much strength? Zhao Jingrong turned to look at Mo Baichuan, only to see his gaze fixed on the sofa in the living room. There were two people sitting on the sofa. It was Ni Yang and Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan was peeling an orange for Ni Yang, who was eating it and talking to Mo Qishan, a faint smile spilling over her lips, her eyes clear and bright, dimples shallow, a beauty almost like jade. How beautiful was Ni Yang? Beautiful enough to make Zhao Jingrong, a self-important heiress, feel utterly astounded. Every encounter with her was dazzling. Ni Yang was so beautiful, and she was interested in Mo Qishan, that loser? Could it be that her intentions were not on the surface? Zhao Jingrong narrowed her eyes slightly, subtly withdrawing her gaze from Ni Yang and turning towards Mo Baichuan. She now had an intuition that Ni Yang had come for Mo Baichuan. It must be so. How could she do this? Ni Yang was shameless. Mo Baichuan was her boyfriend. She wouldn't allow anyone to steal him away. Zhao Jingrong tightened her grip on Mo Baichuan's hand, determined to keep a close watch on him from now on. "Uncle Six," Mo Baichuan greeted Mo Qishan respectfully as he walked over. "Uncle Six, Miss Ni," Zhao Jingrong also greeted, following behind. Mo Qishan lifted his eyelids slightly. Ni Yang nodded politely at Zhao Jingrong. Although there were some grievances between her and Zhao Jingrong, she was, after all, an elder, and elders naturally behave generously. Why bother with a junior? Zhao Jingrong smiled and said, "Miss Ni hasn't come with Uncle Six for a while, right?" "Yes," Ni Yang nodded slightly. "Your Uncle Six has been busy lately. He only just found time at the end of the year." "Busy? Busy with what? Busy turning into a loser?" Those words, only Ni Yang could utter them without biting her tongue. Zhao Jingrong almost laughed out loud, the mocking expression in her eyes growing more apparent. "Seems Uncle Six is indeed a very busy man," Zhao Jingrong said. Ni Yang was non-committal, as if she hadn't understood the implication in Zhao Jingrong's words. Zhao Jingrong continued, "I wonder what Miss Ni has been busy with recently?" "Just casually keeping busy," said Ni Yang in a light tone. Zhao Jingrong smiled and said, "They say birds of a feather flock together. Uncle Six is a busy man, and so is Miss Ni. But who stays busy just casually? Miss Ni must be busy with some great enterprise, right?" The sentence was laden with heavy irony. Other than being beautiful, what other merits did Ni Yang possess? Though she was the Zheng family's long-lost daughter, She was born a peasant, a true country bumpkin. How many notable ladies did she know in this circle? Compared with her, Yang couldn't even match a single strand of her hair. Zhao Jingrong intended to make Yang lose all face in front of Mo Baichuan thoroughly, to trample Yang underfoot completely. Only thus could she ensure that Mo Baichuan wouldn't be seduced away by Yang. Otherwise, Zhao Jingrong always felt uneasy. Yang smiled faintly, lowering her eyes towards Zhao Jingrong, her dimples shallow. Jingrong, let's go eat fish sometime, you seem quite good at picking bones. Eat fish? Yang wanted to go with her to eat fish? Zhao Jingrong was initially stunned, then realized what Yang meant. Her face turned alternating shades of red and white, quite unsightly. Yang, this vixen. She dared to mock her. Although Zhao Jingrong was furious inside, she still maintained a smile on her face. Miss really has a sense of humor. Yang's eyes and brows were clear and sharp. Jingrong, you're too modest. Jingrong is young and tends to speak out of turn, not a match for Auntie Six. If she has been offensive, I hope Auntie Six will show some mercy. Mo Baichuan intervened, trying to defuse the situation for Zhao Jingrong. Why was Yang targeting Zhao Jingrong? It was just because Zhao Jingrong was his girlfriend. Yang was jealous of Zhao Jingrong. Mo Baichuan knew Yang too well. Everything she did was for him. Including Yang's visit to the Mo family today, it was because of him. Yang must have known that he would bring Zhao Jingrong home today, so she came back with Mo Qixin. However, Yang was still stubborn, not admitting she liked him. He really didn't know what she meant by playing hard to get. Yang knew Mo Baichuan's character well. She knew he must have fantasized about something again. She was really having a tough time. Yang rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat headache. Mo Qixin spoke lightly, nephew, if we are talking about age, Yang is even 5 years younger than your girlfriend. As a junior, she should act like one. Being young is no excuse for incompetence. That's true, Mo Baichuan swallowed his words. After his uncle spoke, Mo Baichuan continued, by the way, Uncle Six, Jingrong and I are planning to get engaged after the new year, he said, sneaking a glance at Yang. Yang looked indifferent, as if there were no particular emotions on her face. But Mo Baichuan knew Yang hid all her feelings inside. Hearing this, Yang must have felt extremely uncomfortable. Mo Qixin paused. At the beginning of the year, I heard you two were planning to get engaged. Why hasn't it been settled yet? These words made Zhao Jingrong feel uneasy too. Because at the beginning of the year, Mo Baichuan did mention it, but then he got busy with work and never brought it up again. Eventually, the matter was left unresolved. Now, Mo Baichuan brought it up again. Could it be that he was serious this time? Mo Baichuan smiled. Uncle Six has a good memory. I did mention it at the beginning of the year, but work got busy, and it was put off. Now that I have time after the new year, we plan to finalize everything during that time. Zhao Jingrong's expression brightened. Great. She finally saw the light after the long wait. Then let me congratulate you in advance, Mo Qixin said indifferently. Thank you, Uncle Six. Feeling a bit suffocated by the atmosphere downstairs and Mo Baichuan's odd looks, Yang turned to Mo Qixin. Brother Mo, shall we go up to the Sky Garden for a walk? Sure, Mo Qixin nodded. Mo Baichuan watched Yang's retreating figure, his eyes full of mockery. Was she unable to handle just an engagement announcement? What would happen on the day he and Zhao Jingrong got married? Yes, Yang would definitely reveal her true colors then. He was looking forward to that day. On the top floor of the Mo family house, there was a transparent glass house filled with many flowers and plants. Despite it being winter, the glass house was blooming with flowers. Seeing the beautiful plants, Yang's mood instantly improved. After walking out of the Sky Garden, Yang and Mo Qixin played games in a room on the 3rd floor. Because Yang really didn't want to see that narcissistic Mo Baichuan. And with Zhao Jingrong speaking sarcastically, and the new year approaching, Yang didn't want to let insignificant people affect her mood. Mo Qixin held a game controller in one hand and picked up a cigarette with the other. Click! The lighter sparked, filling the air with a faint smell of smoke. Yang, do you want one? Mo Qishan smiled at Ni Yang. No, Ni Yang spoke indifferently. Smoking is bad for health, don't you know? Mo Qishan took a deep drag on his cigarette, then blew a beautiful smoke ring. Really don't want one? No, Ni Yang shook her head. Mo Qishan slightly raised his eyebrows. Before Ni Yang realized it, she was pressed down on the couch, a large shadow looming over her, his thin lips against hers, cool and tingling. He transferred all the smoke from his mouth into hers. The dense smoke hit her, and Ni Yang's eyes widened. He was too wicked. Using this trick. It was a long while before Mo Qishan let go of her, his tone low. Tasty? Getting skillful? Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. It's all thanks to the boss training. Mo Qishan's thin lips parted lightly. Your face is truly thick. Ni Yang reached out and pinched Mo Qishan's cheek. Mo Qishan wrapped his arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. Yang, how come I just like you so much? Ni Yang smiled. Men's mouths, deceiving devils. You like me now, but when I am old and faded, perhaps you won't like me anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.